One moment, mic difficulties. 1 second, 1 second. Hey.
Up, check, check, check.
Alright, 1 second, my bad. Let's see. That's not it.
Okay, check, check. Alright, are we good? Sorry about that. We good now? Gosh, why does it always like to do this sometimes? I'm not sure why. Just sometimes it just completely disconnects my main mic, primary mic. I don't know what it is, but it just loves to not recognize it sometimes. I've never had this issue with the other computer. This does it like at least like once a week. Normally I catch it before the stream starts, but sometimes I click the start stream button and don't realize it. But anyways, hello everyone. Welcome, welcome. Okay, we should be good on mic now. We should be good to go. Yeah, whenever we default to the other one, it's the webcam that has like the horrible mic in it. Like the 10-year-old webcam. Well, it's a 10-year-old mic too. That could be the problem too. Might be time to get a new mic. But for now, it does what it needs to do. But anyways, hello everyone, and welcome to our second to last day of the 200 alchemy grind. Today we will be making 1.5 billion, probably about 1,000 or so, give or take a little bit, of the Stone Mall Hill potion. This one right over here. Of course, Stone Mall Hill does not exist yet. It is Chapter 5, and we are very specifically still only in Chapter 4. You know, only 4 chapters developed. It should be coming out in like, what, 3, 4, 5-ish months from now. Probably sometime this summer. But anyways, so, yeah, we can't actually use this potion yet. However, they are very, very useful to have. So we will still be making 1.5 billion of them. We will be losing about 700 silver per hour, or 0.7 gold. But luckily, that's what we got all of our gold reserves for. We've only gone through 9 of it so far. But the next 2 days is when we burn almost all of it. Of course, one other thing you might notice here is we are finally within 200 Bonewright range. So one thing that we did yesterday is not put any, or pretty much none, of our knowledge into alchemy as we were training alchemy. And because of that, we finally get to do this. And also get some smithing XP out of it. We got all the knowledge from AFK raid den thingies on the Steam Deck. Good old Steam Deck. Yeah, Steam Deck's been great so far. But there we go. 200 Bonewright. We could even do the Bonewright AFK if we wanted to. So we have the option to if we ever want. I'm not sure if we're going to at the moment, but it is an option. Oh, of course, after we get all the other knowledge. And, of course, we have an extra point. So since we're already 7% boosted, might as well put this into smithing. And yeah, get a little bit better XP for our gear for when we eventually get that. But there we go. Anyways, today's goal. We are making a ton of this level 158 Stone Mall Hill potion until our level is 185. Then we can burn at 2 gold an hour. We can accelerate our rate to max burn rate. But those 10% potions are going to be pretty useful. But yeah, this is going to be the only day where we do not pivot a single potion. So similar to yesterday, we're probably going to be focusing mostly on alchemy, but this time actually throwing our knowledge onto it. And probably not do too much cooking, just to make sure that we can actually make it by tomorrow. Because we're going to have to do some money making off-stream tonight. Or even on-stream, we'll see. But probably off-stream so I can grab a little bit of an earlier dinner rather than eating at midnight. But I'll probably get off just slightly earlier today with the goal of being only making this potion and only dumping our knowledge into alchemy. And that'll be the game plan. This will still be like an 8-9 hour long stream probably, maybe even longer. I might be underestimating how long this is going to take. But yeah, for every hour we do, it's like 110 of these potions. So if we go for like 8 hours, it's almost 900 of this potion. But that is the game plan. And yeah, pretty much just spam this potion like crazy. Okay, let me go put this away. I don't need this anymore. Let me go get all my Stone Mall Hill stuff. Do we have one already made yesterday? No, we didn't even do the first time bonus yet. Well, let's go get it. And of course, we made 682 of the 6% yesterday. So we're a little bit okay for next chapter. We're not going to be like loaded, but between the two, we're going to have like, what, 1,500-ish, give or take, potions. It's not too bad. But anyways, let's go get our, what am I looking for? I'm looking for our, what am I looking for? Nothing, actually, because it's not here. I'm looking for something that doesn't exist, which is why I can't find it, because we haven't made one yet. All right, let's go make one. Let's double check what the ingredients are. Actually, let's see if we can remember. It is, I don't remember. It's kind of hard to, because I've never seen, like, the Chapter 5 material. All right, let's just check the wiki real quick. Wiki, where are you? I need your assistance. Thank you. Somewhere's in here is the potion I'm looking for. Somewhere's right around here. There it is. I need an orange centipede and a scrapple creeper. Please tell me they're both under C. Okay, good. Where's the creeper? Oh no, the creeper's under S. Oh no, the creeper's under S. Yeah, but this should be the correct centipede for the worm wrangler skill, aka Delver. And then the other one should be under S then. I think? Oh, this is gonna be annoying. Where is the other thing? Where would you put that alphabetically? It's called a scrapple creeper. It's not under C, or maybe I just didn't look hard enough in C. Let's keep looking in C. No. Oh, there it is. It is in C. There's just too many C words. Okay, never mind. It is in C. Alright, that's good. That's fine. Alright, there we go. But yeah, this costs 6.5 silver each, or technically exactly the cost of 6.46. AKA 6.5. But, yeah, we're gonna have to spend that every single time, which sounds like a lot, but this is a 7% pot. Also, keep in mind, the base price of them is probably around, like, 3 for next chapter. You can't even buy the 5% yet. So, the 5% is easily, like, 3.5 already to begin with. So, the fact that that's already so high, and then this is only, like, 6.5, and we're getting XP, and we're getting extra 2%, it's not that bad overall. Let's see. Alch. Second till last day until 200. There we go. Oh, yeah, that reminds me. Kill, I think, messaged me earlier. I wasn't able to message him because I was on Steam Deck. Is Kill on right now? Let's see. Oh, no, he went down a rank. Gosh, everyone's playing more than us. Even though we're playing slightly more, they're still playing more than that. We'll be able to get some extra time in on the Steam Deck. That's where all that knowledge came from, as well as a few other things that got knowledge up. If you ever see these numbers, like, creeping up, that's generally how much we've been AFK in this game. Also, hello, everyone, by the way. Hello, Isabel. Hello, Sanaka. Hello, Sibo. Hello, Zapara. Hello, everyone. Welcome. Let me go just chat with Kale real quick, because they did mention me before the stream even started, and I kind of ignored them because I was on Steam Deck. Let's see, send direct message. I forget what his message was, though. It was something related to level. But, let's see. Nice. Good luck on the final 100. I think he said he's on 400 alchemy. There we go. Alright, anyways. Let me go drop these. Let me go get our potions. Let's see. Let me go read back in chat. Oh, I've been doing well. Everything's been going great so far. This has been a great 2025 so far. Nothing bad has happened yet. No, it's early. Any matter of catastrophe could still occur. But, yeah, it's been going pretty good so far. Oh, yeah, I forgot. It's under C as well. Oh, this is so annoying to grab, though. But what if I go to D and scroll up? Oh, that's the way to do it, then. Wait, can you click CD? No. Oh, you can't click the letters to auto-go to them. That's unfortunate. I wonder if there's something in setting that will let you do that. But yeah, if you go to C, go down, and go to D and go up, that would be our best way then. Alright, that'll work. That will work. You just learned how to do the merchant timer used on screen. What a game changer. Oh, yeah, the merchant thing is so nice. But, yeah, you just go and get this little thing, pin it wherever you want it, set it to 2 minutes, reset it on, set it onto loop, and set it up to the timer, and then boom, you got yourself a timer aligned with the thing. But yeah, it's really solid. And you can reset it whenever it gets out of sync, because I believe there's an extra delay on the Steam one. Because every time it gets reset, it adds like a small several milliseconds of delay. So eventually it does fall behind, but you just click the refresh thing to get it back aligned. But yeah, it helps out a lot knowing when the message board will refresh. We're going to have to do that at some point soon too. Post 222 merchant. Technically post 200, but you know what I mean. But I've been kind of putting it off a little bit. It's something I really should do, but haven't been. It's definitely something on the list of things to do. There's so many things on the list of things to do. It is a very long list. And we're kind of on a timer on, oh yeah, I forgot, this is a potent potion. I'm like trying to put this into the normal mixer. You know why? Because the last time I had to make one of these was on the mixer. But every single thing we have to make for the rest of 200 is all on this machine, which I actually prefer, to be honest. This machine is way better than the other thing. I prefer it so much more. It's also slightly more knowledge per hour. Not by a huge amount. But there's two reasons why it's better knowledge per hour. One is, it simply is better knowledge per hour. But even if it wasn't, you have to go to the shop half as many times. And the shop screen is an easy screen to lose time on, if you don't, like, perfectly min-max your buying. And the more times you have to go to the shop screen, the more time you'll likely lose time. Even if you're trying to do it quickly, you're eventually going to do it slowly or misclick or do something. So the less time you have to make error, the better. So the less you have to go to the shop, the better. And this has to go to the shop way less. Those rates do account for going to the shop. But this machine is still way better. Counting shop and not counting shop, depending on how you have it banked or not banked. Not by like a huge amount, but by enough that I definitely prefer this. It's better in every way. Both as far as the gameplay as well as EXP rate. Every given potion's EXP rate, you know, keeps scaling up. But you get more knowledge from this per hour slightly. Especially if you already have them pre-banked. But this is pretty much our day today. Of course, it's been our day like the last 3 days, including today as the 4th day. But I just want to get it all done in one go so we can't possibly delay it. Because if I tried doing this 200 over a long period of time, it would be like the end of February by the time we get 200 alchemy. But yeah, we just pulled the band-aid off and just went all in for 5 days. And yeah, second to last day, we're almost there. So close, yet so far. The only issue with this day is this is, I think, the only day out of any day this week where we are not switching potion. We are doing literally nothing but this potion the whole day, so at least whatever's in our inventory is the total number that we've done today. I've not made a single one of these prior to today, so whatever this number tally is by the end is all from today, as well as the only potion we've made in total today. The rate is roughly 110 per hour, so we'll see where it is by the end of it all. But it does account for buying at very, very quick pace, and we're probably going to be slowing down a little bit here and there, so just slightly over 100 an hour. Oh yeah, I just realized I don't have any poll question for today. I don't know, should we go poll for today? We always have like a poll question just for the fun of it, just to kind of see. I don't know, we've talked about so many in the past, I always keep forgetting them whenever I need to make a poll. Like, during the stream, I'll think of like 5 to 10 things we could poll the following day. And then the following day, right before I start the stream, it's like, okay, well, I can't think of a single one now. Even though we could come up with like 10 during the stream. The second that right before our stream starts, it's like, yeah, I don't remember a single one. Did I acknowledge Leatherworker in the early levels? Yes, I highly advise doing Leatherworker in early levels. I also highly advise doing the Fortune Hold quest at level 50 Leatherworker, as it gives you a level and a half for completing the quest. But yes, you acknowledge Leatherworker pretty heavily at the lower level range. I also banked nearly all leather at the lower level range. Just because, well, for one, to go get 200 Leatherworker, or, you know, do the early levels. But also because they sell for so little, you get more value from keeping them to use on Armor Maker in Chapter 5 than you will from selling them because the profit is so small. So I highly advise saving all of them pretty much until like level 50, 100 or so. And knowledging through the whole way. But yeah, low-level Leatherworker is pretty bad. Doesn't start to get good until like 150-ish. Pretty much as soon as it cracks slightly over a 1 gold per hour rate. Which I think is around like 130, 150, somewhere around there. And our current level range at 196, we're at 2 gold an hour. And of course it only goes up from there. I say 196 because even though we're higher level, that's the highest hide we can currently run. Until we get a higher merchant level. At 210, our profit goes up to 2.4, I believe? 2.3, 2.4? But that also requires some amount of Leatherworker. I mean, merchant. I want to say 239. Yeah, 239. We do need to do that grind at some point. I really should. In case we still need money for anything, because I'm like dirt poor after this alchemy grind. It might look like we're still loaded, but between today and tomorrow, we will have no gold left. I might even need a gold farm off stream tonight. Just because, yeah, we're going to be dirt poor after this. Like, literally zero. Like, so much so I need to go do money making tonight just to make sure we don't go negative. Because it's really important we don't go negative. Trading Brighter Shores or old school RuneScape ads in game? Oh gosh. Someone mentioned it. Was it the other day? I can't remember. But someone mentioned, wouldn't it be funny if not Brighter Shores, if Old School RuneScape got ads in it, but then in a year from now, Brighter Shores takes out an ad in Old School RuneScape? That'd be so funny. Come play Brighter Shores. We don't have microtransactions, or the Squeal Fortune, or corporate overlords over our every shoulder. I said hello, virtually. Welcome, welcome, welcome. But eventually, Brighter Shores in like another year or two of development is basically the timeline of if RuneScape never got microtransactions at all. Like no bonds, no Squeal Fortune, no absurd membership fee per month or per year. It's basically the good timeline. It's just not developed enough yet. They need to make absurdly bad mistakes like this later, not right now. It's too early. Brighter Shores isn't fully developed yet. They need to make the catastrophic mistakes that they're making now in like half a year to a year from now. They gotta wait a little bit. They're doing it way too early. Can you ask me a serious question? Sure, what is it? So I'm still trying to figure out what on earth we do for a poll today. We should poll a poll. Do we think they're gonna add trading soon? Oh wait, was there a poll on Twitter? Wait, was there a poll on Twitter by Andrew Gower? I didn't check his Twitter today because I didn't see an update. I normally only check his Twitter if an update occurs, so I haven't actually checked it today. I go check. It should be pretty soon. 2 days ago, really? Wait, 2 days ago. 2 days ago. I don't see one there. But trading should be the next feature that comes into the game. Trading should be out. We don't know an exact time. Could be any time from tomorrow till like a month from now. Oh, it was on Reddit or something? Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't check Reddit. That would explain why. I think I've checked Reddit like 4 total times since the game launched. Oh, I know what I wanted to go do. I remember one of them from yesterday that I actually do want to poll. What is your current total combat level? Let's see, start a poll. What is your current total combat? Let's see. Let's see. Combat level in Brighter Shores. All 4 combats added together. Alright, there we go. Let's see, 0 to 100, which would just be the, you basically just did storyline, which maybe just do 200. No, is that too, no, yeah, 0 to 100, that's basically just doing storyline. Let's do it with the 150, there we go. Alright, 0 to 150, then 151 to, I don't know, 500? Is that too high? Probably 400. And then the 401 to, I don't know, 800? Let's do like 600? Maybe 650 just so it's the same range as the other one. And then 651 plus, which is basically 200 all or even higher than that. You know what? Let me do 700 here actually. I'm sure that's too big of a range. I'm not sure what's too big of a range or not is the problem. Let's do 699. Alright, there we go. And then 700 plus. This is the polling bias that like every poll has. Like how do you even structure the questions to be non-biased? Especially when a number range. Because not all number ranges are equal. Let's see. Depending on what you're polling. What is your current total combat level in Brighter Shores? All combats added together. Keep in mind, this is not how combat's getting merged from the combat merge. Not to be confused with how the combat merge is happening. I'm just curious what people's total is. If you were to add up, like, literally every number. I'm not sure how biased those number ranges are, but there we go. We have 0 to 150, 151 to 400, 401 to 699, and 700 plus. 700 plus pretty much being 200 all, or you did a 500 and still did some combat in the other zones. Also, you know what I should have done? 700 plus or a 500. I should have probably also put there. Because if you have a 500 combat in an area, you've done a lot of combat. You deserve to be in the 700 plus category even if you're not there. I didn't actually put that in the poll, but yeah, oh well. The bias poll, the ultra bias poll, as are all polls. Oh no. But I think those number ranges will hopefully work. I'll find out. But yeah, where are we at? I think we said we are at 440. Let's see. Oh no, I gained some levels since then. But we're at 50, 50, 200, 4. Yeah, I'm at 441. I'm currently at combat level 441. Not literally combat level 441, but you know, if I add every number, we're at 441. So it'd be in the 401 to 699 range. But yeah, 0 to 150 basically means you just did the storyline. 151 to 400 is probably where the average person is. 401 to 699 is basically you're probably doing like 200 all or something similar kind of thing. And 700 plus is you probably went for a 500 and are now going for other combats. Like that's like the all-in combat investment. I really should have put 700 plus or 500 there. But if you have a 500 combat, we consider you in the 700 plus area as well. Just because a 500 combat takes forever. If you have like a singular 500. I just forgot to put in the poll, but we'll see what it is by the end of it. But our combat, I would say, is relatively low relative to where our other levels are. Like, it's not necessarily, like, low, but it's low relative to how high every other level I have is. We actually probably have one of the lower ratios in the game in that regard. Like, how high our skilling is compared to our combat levels. I know there are a few that are also like this. It is definitely, like, one of the outlier distributions. Where we have, like, nearly 200 in every skilling, if not higher. And then combat's like, oh, here's a 50, here's a 51. But yeah, in total today, we should lose about 6 to 7 gold in what we're doing today. Which means we should be down to about 10 gold by the end of it all. Oh, if that's the case, you know what? We're actually in a pretty good position if that's going to be the case. We're going to have so much gold left over. Because I think when we did the math earlier, we were only going to spend 6 to 8 gold tomorrow. Which is not that bad at all. Is that really the math for tomorrow? Because that's actually kind of crazy if so. Would we really only need 6 to 8 gold? Because I did a bunch of math yesterday. I don't think I still have it on my calculator. But yeah, I think it came out to we're only spending 6 to 8 gold tomorrow. But only. But I mean, we only have to do it for like about 4 showers, which would be about 8 gold. Which means our current stack actually would barely be enough. As long as we're using knowledge and alchemy the whole time, which we will be. We should be in the clear. That's our game plan between today and tomorrow. All in alchemy. No distractions. Just go keep doing alchemy, 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 alchemy. Throw over knowledge into alchemy and then boom. Good to go. That is the game plan. We do get slightly less potions out of that, but it's fine. We save some money. And of course, there's always trading down the line if we truly ever need more. There's also the alt accounts that can make them if we ever, or if they're ever at a level range that works well for it. What's the most efficient way to just get 50 alchemy from 22? As far as long-term plan or short-term plan? Because there's a lot of different ways of doing it depending on what your goal is. Like, are you planning on activating trading? Do you want to just recuperate all your money now? Are you saving the potions for later? Because if I was at 22 needing to go to that short-term... Okay, so selling everything back. I'm pretty sure Stonewall Hill you can sell back to the shop. And then after that, you basically spam the 35s. I believe you have to do Stonewall Hill all the way until 35. I didn't personally go down that route, but that is one route you could do. I personally did this potion almost all the way to 35, just because I had like 1,000 banked for Mindfighter. But if you're buying everything from the shop, yeah, I believe the Stonewall Hill is pretty good. Let me double check. If you're selling them back to the shop, that is. Though they are pretty worth keeping, though. But if you were to... Yeah, they're only 1 silver each. And I think they like break even, but the XP rate is worth it compared to the alternative. Like, you're not profiting off of them, but they're basically breaking even if you sell them back to shop. As they cost 1 silver to make. And they sell for just under 1 silver. You're losing basically 0 each. You're losing like 10 silver an hour. But that's basically nothing. But, yeah, you basically have to make this potion all the way to 35, and then you start profiting. And then you just make this potion all the way into whatever your goal is. Because if you're just trying to get to, what's your goal again? If you're just trying to get to 50, that'd be the way you'd want to do it then. Is you do Stonewall Hill, sell them all back to the shop from 23 to 35. And then make this potion until you reach your goal of 50. And you should be good to go from there then. They have Stonewall Hill and then all in on the other one. The Potent Potion. Potent Potions are really good if you're just selling them back. I do highly advise keeping both the 2 potions we mentioned. However, you do burn a lot of money if you do. I mean, not a lot of money. But these burn 1 silver each if you keep them. And these burn also 1 silver each if you keep them. They're both really useful potions. If you're going to be activating trading in the future. But if you just want to recuperate your money, they both, the Stonewall Hill breaks even, pretty much, and the other one profits like double your money. But that Stonewall Hill, when trading comes out, is at least like 3, 4, 5 silver. And the healing potion is probably upwards of 5, if not closer to 10. But currently, the best you can get for them for selling to the shop is 1 silver and 3 silver. Or sorry, 1 silver and 1.6 silver. Because at 28%, the 25% that a lot of people are stocking up on costs like 5 point something silver. So the lowest that 28% could ever physically even go for, even before the price hike, is 6 silver. And it's going to be way more than 6 silver, but 6 silver is the lowest it could go for in trading. Even at the 25% is pretty much already 6 silver. And that's the 28%. But it's likely to be closer to 10 silver. But the shop currently only buys it for 1.6. Oh, you're trying to do it for Branoff quest? Ah, that makes sense. I was wondering for a second, like, why you needed 50. But yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Because I was trying to think, what on earth is at 50? But I forgot the quest requirement. Honestly, I've almost forgot quests even exist. I really hope they add some more quests soon. We finished all of the quests on Thanksgiving, which was November, what, 28th? So I have not been able to do a quest in almost 2 months now. I really hope they add some soon. Once they do start adding them, they're probably going to be adding one almost every month. But they haven't added a single one since launch day. Or, you know, beta launch day or early access launch day, whatever you want to call it. But since the launch of early access, we haven't gotten a single new quest. We do know we're going to get about 3 when Stonewall Hill comes out, of course. The main storyline continuing, as well as at least 2 side quests. But that's still a good 3 to 6 months from now. But we're likely going to have a few quests before then. We still don't know when they're coming. But I hope it's really soon. I hope it just shadow drops a quest sometime randomly next week. Like on Wednesday or something. There's also still 2 skills that have never gotten a quest yet. Forager and Gatherer. So it's worthwhile to consider getting these to at least 50 if you haven't already. As these are probably the targets for initial quests, as they're the only 2 skills not currently used for a quest. So in my regard, I might want to get Forager a little bit higher in case it's like a 60-something requirement. Likely it wouldn't be, but you never know. Though I think our Gatherer is good. There's no way it's going to be over a 200 requirement, I know that. Not this early. Maybe like several years from now, but... no time in the next year will there be a quest requirement that high, that's for sure. But something like a 60 Forager requirement is definitely something realistic that could happen. And I only have 56 right now. So what are some of the resources that are coming up that could pop up? I don't know, I guess maybe like a periwinkle or a wall plant or something. Maybe a special tuned wall plant. A special healing potion. Because doesn't that make the healing potion? I think it does. So maybe we need to make a special healing potion that requires 65 foraging. That's like the highest requirement it could possibly have. Like, so far we haven't had any quest force you to make a potent potion. There's been no quest that has done that yet. And there could be a Forager Alchemy one that kind of teaches you it or something. But if they were, they would probably do it on the other requirement. Oh wait, that is the other requirement. Because I believe that's what you need for it, right? I can see that being a thing. There's just no potent potion quest in the game currently. Oh, no, never mind. That uses the Minds of Matubin ones. Never mind. These are used for the non-potents. Never mind, never mind. Because I wouldn't be surprised if he adds a lot more tutorial-like quests. Like, when special attacks come out, pretty sure there'll be a quest kind of explaining how special attacks work. And you go on a little adventure utilizing them. But, yeah, so far they haven't done it for much. So far, I would say the main one that's kind of gotten one is the obelisk. And that teaches you how obelisks work. Or at least partially tries to teach you how obelisks works. It doesn't explain everything, I don't believe, but it tries to give like an introduction to like, hey, these are obelisks. These are really important. You should probably know what these do. Obelisk Part 2 Skill Tree Edition? I know, right? Obelisk Quest 2. He hasn't added a Part 2 of any quests yet. I wonder how far he's gonna go. I don't think he ever got beyond a Part 3. Actually, let me double check. What is the highest parted quest he ever did during the Andrew Gower years? At least up to 2007. No, he never did pass a Part 2. He's like Valve, in that they don't know how to count to 3. But yeah, he did Elemental Workshop 2. He did, because this was the final year of, like, pre-backup. He was still doing stuff beyond this. Like, I think he might have done Elemental Workshop 3 and stuff. But up to the Old School RuneScape backup, like that final year, or the second to last the final year before then, some of the things were Elemental Workshop 2, Fairy Tale Part 2, which still hasn't gotten a Part 3 to this day in Old School RuneScape. Rag and Bone Man 2, which also still hasn't gotten a Part 3. Yeah, a bunch of 2s. Morning Zen Part 2. But, yeah, he doesn't know how to count to 3. At least not till several years later. Because I don't think he learned to count to 3 until about 2009 or 2010 or so. Like 9 years after Classic. But yeah, he only knows how to count to 2. There's quest series that go further than that. But as far as continuation of like a single quest like that, yeah, he's only ever gone to 2. 3's kind of hard. But yeah, honestly, I think the first time he ever did 3 was Elemental Workshop 3. But that didn't make it into Old School. But that was still during the Andrew Gower years, I'm pretty sure. But I'm pretty sure that was the first time. And that was like a 2010 release or something. Oh, where am I going? Actually, when was Elemental Workshop 2 release? Let me double check. I actually have no clue. Let me go have him make the things, though. 1 second. Let me go figure this out. Because I believe this was the first 3 quests he was ever involved in. How much he was directly involved in, I have no clue. Could have just been his team at the time. But, there it is. Already at 4. Elemental Workshop 3 was added in... Yeah, 2010. So that's about right. Didn't I say 2010? I said like... Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the exact year I said. But, yeah, it was 9 years. Yeah, that was the exact year I said. But yeah, I was right. It's 2010. That was the first time he learned to count to 3, I'm pretty sure. Like 9 years after Classic. They finally got a 3 quest instead of a 2. There's been storylines that have continued way further than 3 quests in. But they weren't numerically numbered until then. It was the first one that actually had a 3 in the quest name. The second of the Elf line ended up going to 3 pretty quickly. Because it had Underground Pass. And then it had Regicide. And then it had whatever the quest was after Regicide. Or was that Old School thing? I don't remember. There was something related to it. So maybe that was only 2-2 now that I'm thinking about it. I can't remember what quest comes after Regicide. But I guess if you count it as Morning Ends Part 1 and 2, it's kind of like a 4 quest cycle. But they're not really numbered that way. It was all part of the same quest line, but not part of the same, like, overarching quest, if that makes sense. But anyways. I am curious how he's going to do that for stuff like this. Because obviously we have one big overarching quest, aka the main storyline. But, I'm not sure he's going to sequel any of these if he ever does. Because most of them have a pretty definitive conclusion. The only one that could technically have a follow-up is the Obelisk. In the sense that there'd be so much more you'd have to tutorial on. But the Lost Shipment is concluded. Branolf Inheritance, I'm pretty sure is it concluded. I don't think it left on any cliffhanger. Spider Nest is concluded. Forgotten Things is concluded. Matubin's Legacy could technically see a sequel. I don't feel like that fully concluded. Lost and Found, we also still have the Strange Device, so that's kind of in a weird in-between on if it's concluded or not. Spirit Essence did not conclude. This could definitely have a sequel. And the Battle of Fortune Hold did conclude. So the only three that could technically have a follow-up then is Matubin's Legacy, Lost and Found, and Spirit Essence. Where Lost and Found is basically like Morning's End Part 2. Matubin's Legacy, we get to learn more about Matubin. And Spirit Essence, we do something with the Wizard. Not sure quite what happened with Spirit Essence, but I'm pretty sure it's not concluded. Pretty sure the Wizard got away. I don't really pay much attention to what happened during that quest. But I know stuff happened. And things. Just not sure what that stuff and things are. Oh yeah, Roving Elves. Yeah, that's the one. It's more of like a quest series than like a numerical quest number, though. 2 small favors? Oh gosh. Could you imagine them adding 1 small favor to this game? I would love to see it. Imagine 1 small favor where you have to go through all 5 chapters to go do something. And it's just a fetch quest that takes like 5 hours long. But yeah, 1 small favor is definitely a quest of all time. I think Old School RuneScape has like 15 to 20 quests referencing 1 small favor. Is that infamous in that game? Because it is not 1 small favor. It is anything but 1 singular small favor. But it's basically a quest that's a joke about quests. Like fetch quests. But it itself is like one of the longest... Well, maybe not the longest fetch quest. But if you try doing it guideless... if you do it guideless with no teleports... which you tend to do because how early in the game you have to do it to be efficient. It is a nightmare. Well, maybe not guideless, but you generally have really limited teleportation at the time when you should be doing the quest. Like your options for transportation are not good enough for how much you have to go around the entire world to do that quest. But I'm curious to see what he does with quest rewards and quest space in Brighter Shores, because we haven't seen it yet. Obviously, we've seen the on-launch quest, but we haven't seen a single new one since then. So I'm curious to see what direction it goes in. Like what the reward space is, what the XP rates are for actually doing the quest, what some of the requirements are for some of the high-level quests. Is this one of the things that he is on the checklist of things to do before launch? Is add more high-level quests to the game. What more high-level quests means, we don't really know. But we do know that they have mentioned equipable potions is one of the reward spaces. Potentially shortcuts in various zones is going to be reward space. We've already seen that actually in Chapter 4. Fortune Hold gives you a shortcut for Merchant. Technically also Detective, but it's mostly used for Merchant. There are some rare circumstances where you can use it for Detective, though, depending on what your Detective thing is. That's mostly a Merchant shortcut. I don't have to wait and see. Because currently, there's no best in slots from a quest in Brighter Shores. The closest we have to a best in slot in Brighter Shores is Lost and Found. It allows you to make 4-star equipment, which means you can make any special attack weapon in the game, which is pretty much best in slot. There's best in slot features, though. Like Spider Nest giving a core storage rift, which is absolutely massive and basically required to actually play the game, at least for gathering skills. But yeah, honestly, I really want to see more. So badly. I really do hope that he starts adding 1 a month. We will do it literally day of launch every time, guideless. For one, there's probably not going to be any guide out. But also because it would be more fun that way. But yeah, I do plan to do every quest, of course. As would be expected for how much we're playing. It's not like it's going to be hard. We're going to have like every quest requirement immediately the second they come out. It's one of the other byproducts of going for 200 all. Because we can just immediately do any quest that ever releases, most likely. Unless there's some kind of other weird requirement. Like maybe one of them will be a quest where you need like some kind of PvP league rank. So that you have to farm PvP for a bit or something. He's definitely had some weird requirements in the past. For quest requirements. Not sure if he'd bother doing that again in Brighter Shores though. Like I know one required you to play like a minigame for a while. The type I want at cleanup minigame. Because you had to help some people in an area before they'd be willing to give you a quest. But yeah, our end goal for today is 185. So what is that then? We need to go get 25 more alchemy levels. At a rate of anywhere from 2.5 to 3 per hour, roughly. Which is honestly not that bad. That's like, what, 8 to 9 hours? It's not horrible. Though right now we're at the good EXP range. It gets slower from here. These our EXP rate stays the exact same this entire stream. So it might look decent now, but it does go down to like 2.5 per hour by the end of it. Because this is the only day this entire 5-day grind where our EXP rate never goes up. Other than the amount of knowledge we get per point. But aside from the amount of EXP we get per knowledge point, the actual activity that we're doing never goes up in EXP rate. But the amount of EXP we need per level does. Normally this isn't a big deal because your activity also increases, but we're skipping everything in between. We're not making the 32% heals because I need foraging and I don't have it. I'm not making the 35% heals because I need Mind Fighter and I don't have it. We can't make the 176 8% Hope Port because that needs foraging and I don't have it. And we are doing these and losing like 2 gold an hour. Just because they're 10% pots and they're too good to not skip. And then we do that all the way to plus 70 Arbor. I mean, sorry. Then we skip plus 70 Arbor. And do that all the way until plus 80 Arbor. Luckily, I do already have these pre-banked all the way to 200. We did this while doing the Gatherer grind. So we actually have this for free. But today we have to go all the way from 158 to 185. With nothing but this potion. And then tomorrow we got to go from 185 to 197. And then we're home free. That will only take like 1 hour once we hit the Strength Arbor. This isn't going to take any time at all. But this is the biggest dead zone we have, I would say. Tomorrow we're going to be burning a lot of money, but it's not really a dead zone. We're actually getting some pretty good XP rate. But, yeah, this will be the slowest day so far. As we don't get a single potion upgrade the entire day. It's actually the only day that's been like that, but it's fine. This is actually a really good potion. We'll be using a ton of these when Stonewall Hill comes out. And what's even better about these potions, and I highly advise making a ton of them, you don't get better potions of this until level 470 and 490 alchemy. And I would assume most people are not getting 470 and 490. Some might. Most will not be. So you're stuck with these 7% pretty much forever unless you're buying them from another player. But if you're playing Iron Man mode, the best you're going to be using is a 7% in Chapter 5. You're not going to be using an 8 or 10%. I assure you. Unless you really want to go do the 500 alchemy grind. You're going to be stuck with 7%. So these are even extra valuable in that regard. Because you don't even have an option of getting to 8 or 10%. Realistically. Like you could, but good luck. That's basically a 500 alchemy grind if you want them. So these 7% are really good because of that. Even more so than the average 7%. Just because of how deep the better ones are. The other ones are pretty deep too, like for Mindfighter and Chronopolis, but not as deep as Stonewall Hill is. Hopefully you can get the 500 by next chapter comes out. Nice. You never know. Definitely a goal to go for. The only last thing I kind of want for that when we do is I need to go get 219 Alchemy. Not because I need what's at 219 Alchemy, but because before Chapter 5 comes out, I want to go get these +4 boosts from 200 to 219. I want to AFK that for all the time that is needed to go and get as many of these boost pots as possible and save every single one for post 200 Armor Maker and or post 200 Builder, depending on which one is more viable. Because after the combat rework, Armor might just be horrible to even bother using. Or Builder could be so strong that it's like the best skill in the entire game, we don't know. Yeah, that's two things we don't know so far. How strong or weak is Armor Maker going to be, and how strong or weak is Builder going to be? We know how strong Armor Maker is now, but Armor Maker doesn't exist now. The thing that we don't know is, after the combat rework, how relevant is even Armor in most activities that still exist? Because you probably prioritize DPS over better Armor. And the things you get from drops are probably good enough for Armor. You're probably not even going to need to make your own. Like, you would definitely want to prioritize making a good 4-star spec weapon over making Armor. So even when Armor Maker comes out, the combat rework might almost make it irrelevant. Not completely irrelevant, but until bossing or harder content comes into the game, or even PvP, like, you're not going to have much of a use case for Armor Maker, most likely. As the drops that you're getting for Armor are going to be good enough, kind of like how they are now, where they're just good enough already. Like, they're not the best, but they get the job done. But that's likely going to be the case after the combat rework, where you don't really need Armor Maker because you much rather prioritize DPS. And the drops that you get as you're killing stuff is just good enough. It's not the best, but it'll suffice. And if that's the case, Armor Maker is really weak until bossing comes out. Which will mean higher priority on Builder. Assuming Builder's actually good. I don't know, we'll have to wait and see. Yeah, getting money locked out of skills can be a pretty big issue. It's one of the reasons we put off Alchemy for so long. As well as a lot of gathering skills that require multiple tools to be upgraded to get full XP rate. These are a lot more annoying to do due to their high upfront costs. Though I'm really surprised with how little Alchemy costs us. We would have went from 77 to 200, saving every single potion, pretty much, other than the little bit of fears that we did. The 6-minute fears. But aside from those few, we saved essentially every single potion from 77 to 200. And it only cost us like 25-ish gold. Which is not bad at all. Like, there's pretty much as you would pay on a tool. Like, a tool is 18 gold. It's like nearly equivalent of getting a level 30 tool. Which I think is like 28-ish gold. Like something like this. It's about the equivalence of getting something like that. Which is not bad at all. It's actually relatively cheap for how many potion benefits you get to keep. But it is one thing that kind of gets solved a little bit when trading comes out. Is you can make money while doing anything. Right now you kind of have to do like combat or merchant leatherworker or something similar to that. But after trading comes out, if you enable trading, you can make money from like literally anything. If you just forge and don't want to make potions, you make money. You just sell all the forging supplies. If you just want to cut a bunch but don't want to do carpentry, you just sell the logs to people, so on and so forth. If you just want to do mining but not the other processing skills, you just sell them to people that do. Because right now you can't really do that. Like, you can't do just mining to make money, or just woodcutting to make money, or just forging to make money. You could, but you're going to be making like almost nothing. And it takes forever to sell it to a shop. Well, when trading comes out, you can sell hundreds, thousands at a time to a player for around the same price as the shop, or even slightly more than a shop. Or slightly less, depends where the market is on a given item. But you can't really do that at the moment. So you're kind of forced to a few really specific skills to have to make money. But there'll be a lot more flexibility after trading. But yeah, my current stance on what we'll be doing for trading is I want to try all content in the game, so since trading is content, we will be doing it. Though there will definitely be days or even weeks where we still play as if we're completely in Iron Man mode. But then there'll also be other days or weeks where we will abuse every possible mechanic that trading has to offer. So it really just comes down to what we end up doing at a given time. But having trading enabled allows us to do either or. I just hope he eventually adds an Iron Man like feature for everyone though. Something like combat achievements or a collection log kind of system like what Old School RuneScape has. And some other similar games. I feel like Old School RuneScape did that so amazingly well. Like, it was definitely the main thing that kept me interested in a lot of stuff, particularly the collection log. But combat achievements are pretty cool too. But the collection log, as far as like from a completionist standpoint, is probably the best piece of content Old School RuneScape or RuneScape in general has ever gotten. It's essentially, regardless if you're a main account in Iron Man or whatever your account type is, it's basically a log of every single unique item in the game and if you've gotten it or not. And how many you have gotten of it. So even if you're a main account who could buy an item, you still have to go earn it through the collection log and actually get it as a drop. You could go buy the item and then use that item to go farm that item. But simply just owning the item doesn't give you the collection log slot. You actually have to earn it from the activity. And I would love something like that because it makes main mode a lot more fun. Because you still have like an Iron Man like component to it. Where you still have to earn everything at least once. Because that would be ideal. Like, we have trading enabled, but they still add, like, a collection log, so we still have to earn everything at least once. You get second, third age items on your Iron Man? Oh, gosh. Yeah, I still have not gotten a single piece of Gilded or third age yet. Not during a league, not during the main, and not during anything. Though I haven't been doing any of the clue scrolls from all my woodcutting over the last 3 months, just because it's too non-AFK. Because they're not stackable, which is so annoying. But if I was able to, we probably in the last 3 months would have gotten over 100 of every clue scroll, if not more. But I've been woodcutting for over 1,000 hours getting 0 clue scrolls because it's way too non-AFK to go keep juggling them and keep dealing with them at every single end of day and everything else. So I've been losing all that value. Yeah, they pulled stackable clues twice, both when I wasn't playing, and both failed. Though it definitely passed in Modern RuneScape, though. The only time we ever get to use it is during leagues, currently. But the main game doesn't have any amount of stacking. You can juggle them on the ground for an hour, and the timer freezes whenever you log out. So technically you can have infinite clue scrolls, it just requires juggling them every hour. Like every 50-55 minutes, it's just really annoying to do. Because over the course of a 10-hour stream, we'd have to juggle them. We'd have to juggle like 100 times. Like 100 individual clues within that time. It's just way too much. It's just so non-AFK. Compared to one click every 5 minutes. I do hope Brighter Shores does get some more drops like that, though, or any amount. Like, there's really big RNG drops that you can get while doing anything. Because that's one thing Clue Scrolls did really well for skilling in that game. Is you could be doing anything like fishing, or forager, or woodcutter, or gatherer, and you would just randomly get something that you might get distracted by and go do because it has such good loot. Basically like a whole treasure chest of loot. And sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad. But it's a nice distraction from just perpetually skilling. Something like that's not coming anytime soon to Brighter Shores, though. But Brighter Shores needs more, like, random chance something amazing happens mechanics. Because right now it doesn't have any. Unless you're doing combat. In which case that anything would be the 4-star gear if you get a 4-star drop. Or even a 3-star drop in some situations. But particularly the 4-star stuff. I don't know, I don't mind the current armor and weapon system. But we definitely need more unique things. And by more unique things, I mean any amount of unique things. Because currently there's 0. Let's check out the capes. The capes are pretty cool. I don't know, you can kind of tell the difference with tiers and brighter shores. It's just a lot harder to tell. Like, I can tell the difference between tier 4, tier 5, tier 6 Cryonite armor. Even though all three of them are pretty similar. Like, I could definitely tell the difference if I see someone wearing a full set. Even though 5 and 6 look pretty similar. But his differences are a little subtle. It's not, like, exceedingly obvious. Like, the difference between, like, Rune and Dragon, for example. This has, like, the first armor jump that they really ever made. Well, technically it was Addy to Rune, but then it was Rune to Dragon. But yeah, Brighter Shores is currently set up as like a super gradual, kind of just small improvement kind of system for combat right now. As far as like gear progression. Where you're just always doing small mini upgrades. You're never really doing like a behemoth of an upgrade out of nowhere. It's always just like small little intervals every like 20, 30 levels. You're never like jumping like insanely high in power out of anywhere. They could change a little bit after the combat rework, though. Because if you go heavily into weapon proficiency, we might be able to wield like a level 400 weapon at 240 combat for Watch Person. Which, that would definitely be a power jump. Going from wielding like a 206 weapon that we are right now at 240, all the way up to wielding a 400. Though getting access to that might be a little bit harder. Though we do have trading as an option. And worst comes to worst, plus 60 will be on all the crafting, so I can currently make a, like a 270, excuse me, a 270 weapon. Which is not as high as a 400, but a 270 is still pretty nice. It's better than the 206 we're using now. If I can get the other components from other people, we'd have as high as like a 300. But I'm really curious what good weapons are going to go for in the market. Like what the pricing will be. Like how much is a level 500 weapon? Because I'm curious if that reaches a triple digit number. It definitely doesn't reach 1 platinum. Nothing's worth 1 platinum yet. Does he have like an absurd stack of something? But level 500 4-star weapons could be potentially a triple digit number. At least initially, before the market is flooded with them. We're 1 hour in. Let's see, what is our approximate XP? Though it's hard to tell because we weren't doing it necessarily the whole time. Because we were chatting some. Let's see. Hello, Benny. Hello, hello. You found me, yeah. Oh yeah, we're gonna be here all day. We're here for at least 8-ish hours, because I was just about to try to do the math, because we did this for about, what, an hour so far? After this set, I would say we did it for an hour. So, we got to, like, 162. We started at, what, 158 or 159? I don't even remember. Because if we start at 158, that's not too bad. Pretty sure it was, like, 158 and a half, though. Does this mean we did, like, what, 3.5 levels? That's not too bad. It will be going down drastically, though, as we keep going. It'll be as low as, like, 2.5 later. It's hard to tell, because I actually forgot what level we even started at. I think it was 159 on the dot. If that's the case, then yeah, we gained 3 levels in that time. It's only going to get slower from there, then. And we have to reach, what, 185? We're going to be at 162. That's 23. So yeah, we have to go for about 8 or 9 more hours of doing just this. That is our life today. That is why I wanted to do it all in one go. So we don't have to worry about it later. Because if I tried doing this over a long period of time, it would take like a month. But we got it done in 5 days. And should be able to conclude it tomorrow. You're for 27 more alchemy levels? Nice. Yeah, we're for 23 more today. And then the final 15 tomorrow. Oh, I just realized. No wonder why we don't have to do it for that long tomorrow. Oh, tomorrow's actually going to be kind of easy. I didn't think about that. Because every single day so far today, we've been needing to go 27 levels. Like every interval was 27, 27, 27, 27. I didn't even think about that. The final day, even though we burn a lot of money, we only have to go 27 levels. I mean, we don't have to go 27 levels. Because every other level range has been that range. Where we need about 27 to progress. But that's not the case today. I mean, tomorrow, I mean. Tomorrow we only need the 15 levels, not 27. No wonder why it seemed like we only had to do that one potion for so little. That means tomorrow's grind is only like 5 or 6 hours then. It'll actually be the shortest day. Though, ironically, we'll burn the most money in that day. Even though it's going to be the shortest alchemy grind of the 5 days, it'll also be the day we burn the most money. I didn't even think about that till just now. No wonder why the hourage on it was so much better. Because I knew we were getting better XP rate, but it was kind of like... It was weird that it was only like 4 hours, but that's why. It's because we only need 15 levels tomorrow instead of 27 like every other day this week. Though ironically, despite it being half the time of any other day, we will spend the most money by far tomorrow. But we do get the byproduct of like several hundred or a couple hundred 10% pots. So we kind of makes up for it. And I kind of do want to make them. Even though I don't have the forager level. The main reason being is out of every 10% pot, the one that will get made the least out of any in the entire game is Hopeport 10%. The reason for this is the only 10% pot that is not post 200. Every other 10% pot in the entire game is post 200. The next one in line is the Forest one, which you get at 364. Then the next one after that is 412. And then the one after that is 451. And then the one after that, 490, which is basically max level. But Hopeport is the only 10% potion pre the 200 border. So a lot less of them are naturally going to get made than any other potion. So I do need to be making all of them at our level range. As will be the least populated 10% potion in the game. Technically, initially, it'll be the most populated. But in the super long term, it'll be the least populated. Which is kind of ironic. Oh, hello, Tate! Welcome, welcome. Or because it's such a low level range and everyone's kind of at that level, it'll be a lot of them initially. But over time, that will be the least populated potion. It just doesn't seem like that because it's really front-loaded. But the actual amount that every account will ever need to make is the lowest of that one potion. So it's the quickest one that you're going to run out of compared to any other one. You guys hit 305 guard? Nice! You going all the way to 500? Prepping for that combat rework already. Because, yeah, guard's the best 500 to go for first if you're going to go for one. If you want to do, like, all-in combat. Due to how the new obelisk system is going to work. As the Hopeport Guard helps you in Hope Forest, and Hope Forest helps you in Mines of Matubin, and Mines of Matubin helps you in Chronopolis. And then, most notably, Chronopolis helps you in Chapter 5 if you want to prep for Chapter 5. Doing Chapter 4 combat's the best one. If you only want to do, like, one of them. Plus, you get to do Detective along the way. But as far as macro efficient, 500 guard is like the main thing you'd want to do first. I personally will be skipping guard and Hope Forest though. I was going to do 200 instead of 500 500. Because it saves us 2 months. I'd probably revisit them at some point. But it's not too big a deal. The only big downside of that is we don't get whatever extra benefit for Mines Matubin grind. It's probably not too big a deal. We'll just have to grind Mines of Matubin maybe like 5-10 hours more than we would have otherwise. In order to not have to grind one of these for several hundred hours. It will cost us like 5 to 10 hours probably. But it saves us like 300-ish hours. So I think it evens out. But he's only doing 200 instead of 500 here. That saves at least 500 hours, if not 600. If not 700. Anywhere from 500 to 700 hours saved. Which is why I'm skipping both of them, just to 200. It's just a little overkill. Because we're starting our grind at Mines of Matubin, so we can get all the alchemy supplies and everything. And then Chronopolis because we need it for Chapter 5. And also for 500 Detective. I've been AFKing the Chronopolis too, to start working up a little bit. Anytime I need like an ultra AFK on Steam Deck, I've been doing Chronopolis combat. Because I found it's like the chillest thing to do. Yeah, so far I've been enjoying Steam Deck, though I have been still finding it a little bit clunky for some things. But overall it's been great. I need to go try a game that's actually played with a controller. Because I keep playing games that need, like, point and click. And I don't feel like it's designed as well to work with point and click games, even though it does. It definitely feels like it was made more for controller games. Which I haven't actually tried on the Steam Deck yet. Slay the Spire 2 would probably be the biggest one I'd play this year in regard to that. But it's not out yet, so we can't. I really hope that does get released sometime soonish. It's probably not going to be till later this year or summer or something. So hello, MK Jets. Welcome, welcome. Hope all's been well. Also, hello, FSB Grando. Welcome, welcome. But yeah, that's one nice byproduct of doing the 500 combats. Is one of the reason we're going full combat pivot after the combat rework. Aside from just having fun with the combat system and actually finally be able to actually train combat properly. We get a lot of gold from it that we'll be able to use for every gathering tool. So if you're wondering why on earth we're going like so hard on the combat pivot, it's actually so I can buy level 50 tools for almost every skill. Trading would also be out by then most likely. By the time we get like really high in combat. So we'd also be able to sell all of our spears. Instead of just scrapping it to the merchant guy for like, you know, like 20, 30, 50 silver or whatever. We'd be able to actually sell it to a player and make pretty good bank on some of them. Like any of the ones that we don't need anymore. Or just give them out to people on stream either or a combination of both. If people actually wanted to give something for them. But some of them we might just handle out if we don't need them anymore. Like instead of just selling something 3-star for like 50 or 60 silver, we just hand it out to someone. And or see if someone wants to buy it. That will be a mechanic starting after the rework. Or, you know, after both the combat rework and trading coming out. Because you simply get a 3-star and 4-star drop, and if you don't need them, you just sell it immediately. And or we just hand it out to someone that does need it. How much money do we have now? Basically 0. We're at 15.6 gold, or silver. But today we're going to be burning through about 6 to 7 gold, which will bring us down to slightly under 10. And tomorrow we're burning through about 8 gold. So we should be left with about 2-ish gold by the end of it all. Roughly. So we pretty much have none. We are pretty close to none. It's not actually none, but it's pretty close. It happens all the time. The second we get any amount of money, we just invest it into something. And right now, I'm trying to invest into everything that's going to get price hiked. It's one of the reasons we're going so hard with alchemy. Is after the price hike, yeah, it's going to be really expensive to try to do what we're doing right now. More so than it is now. It's the other reason why we're doing woodcutting carpentry next. Because carpentry is like the last skill where we have to dump money at it. Technically cooking is too, but cooking is better when trading comes out compared to not being out. Whereas carpentry is not quite the case. Because if you're banking them anyways, you almost 0 time can buy logs. With how the pathing works for it. Whereas be able to 0 time get all your cooking supplies is way more beneficial than 0 timing your logs for carpentry. Like, when it comes to carpentry, it's better to get the cheaper price than to get the quicker logs. Whereas for cooking, it's better to get the quicker supplies than it is to get the cheaper supplies. Am I not going to bank my logs from woodcutting? I am. It's just I'm pretty sure banking all logs from woodcutting with how we plan on doing it is not going to bank us 200. It'll bank us a lot of EXP, but it's not going to bank us 200 EXP. But no, I am banking almost every log. I think the only tree we're skipping is Polar after doing some math on them. Or Poplar, I mean. I keep calling it Polar. But the only tree we're skipping is the Poplar tree. But no, I am going to be banking pretty much all logs. It's just I'm pretty sure banking all logs does not give you 200 carpentry. Although I could be wrong. But I'm pretty sure it's slightly short. You're still going to have to offset it with knowledge and other stuff. Maybe even buying some logs. I don't think it perfectly goes into 200. You skip oaks as well, really? Or are oaks actually bad? Because I was about to go do oaks. I'm at oaks at my level range right now. They seem kind of worth it at my level range. Haven't done like all the math on it though. But no, are oaks worth skipping? They didn't seem that bad. Is my best option if I don't do oaks then is ash tree. But I'm pretty sure oaks are better. Let's see. You did ash until 84? The average oak tree. Yeah, they are slightly worse. But they're slightly better for carpentry, aren't they? They're way better carpentry XP, though. It's worse for woodcutting, but I'd rather take like a 9% woodcutting cut to get better carpentry XP. But yeah, I would still do oak. You're taking like a 9% less woodcutting XP rate for a way better carpentry rate. Because from the woodcutting side, it's like 9% worse. But if you look at the carpentry side, look at how much better it's going to be. Let's see. Go bring up carpentry. Yeah, we have to pay some woodcutting XP rate in order to get carp rate. But I think it's worth it. Let me go double check. Let's see the carpentry difference between them. Here we go. The carpentry XP rate. Yeah. That's the issue. This is why I was gonna do oaks. It's 9% worse woodcutting XP, but it's over 10% better carpentry XP. Not sure the exact range. Well, I'd say it's almost 20%. Actually, it is over 20%. I'm doing the math badly in my head right now, but yeah, it's like 20% better carpentry XP at the cost of 9% worse woodcutting XP. AK worth it. But yeah, it is worse woodcutting XP if you only care about woodcutting, though. But as far as total XP gained, it's better to move to oak when you can, instead of ash. Slightly slower woodcutting, but that's why you can just put some knowledge on woodcutting as you're doing them. That's the way they offset it. Just knowledge your woodcutting as you're doing them rather than your carpentry when you're doing oaks. And that makes up for the 9% that you're losing, while still gaining like the extra 20% for carpentry. Bank is far? Is it? It's pretty close. Also, that XP rate, I assume, accounts for banking. The banking XP rate number. I think it's like 15 tiles. It's closer than Ash Tree Bank. Because it's right here. I mean, not closer than Ash Tree Bank, but comparable. I forgot. You can't check a mini-map while doing this activity. Let me go keep the always on mode on. 1 second. Hope Forest, where are you? But the tree of the cycle is right here. Like right there. And the storage rift is like right there. It's like what, 15 tiles? Not even? Like it's from there to there. Like the tree's like right there or something. The storage rift is like right there. And you just cycle like through here. But it's not that far. Like it's not the closest bank in the world, but I wouldn't use the word far to describe it. It's closer than Hickory. Isn't there only 2 trees in that room? Yes, there's only 2 trees in that room. But if you do the full circle, it's a perfect cycle. So you do these 2 trees, you do these 2 trees, and you do that 1 tree, I believe. Is what it is. And then you perfect cycle back to the other one. Or something like that. I don't remember. I haven't done them in a while. I haven't done it since like level 18. I think I'm only at tier 2 or whatever it is. But, or tier 3, I don't remember. But, yeah. There's like 5 trees there. You just cycle in a circle, then go back to storage rift. I haven't tried it since the new respawn timer, though. But I'm pretty sure that doesn't really affect much. Not that the new respawn timer, but you know what I mean. The new respawn method. Pretty sure that doesn't change anything with how you do it, though. But I personally feel like oaks are worth it. It's worse woodcutting XP if you're banking, but it's better carpentry XP. By like double the amount of woodcutting XP you're losing. Like for every 1% of woodcutting XP efficiency you're losing, you're gaining 2% for woodcutter. I mean for carpenter. I used that at my level range. I'm not sure if it's different at higher level range. But we're giving up 9% woodcutting for like 20% carpentry. Carpentry. Anything that makes carpentry go quicker is better in my book. I see the fact that we can do less carpentry, and I will immediately do it. Also, depending on how the class system works, there is one best in slot weapon that Cryo Knight actually needs. That's green. That's Guardian related. That uses oak. The Tushian, I believe. I forget what bone it uses, but I'm pretty sure it uses oak. And it would be our best in slot green one-hand weapon. Depending on how the percents work on using off-class items. Because right now Cryo Knight has no green weapon. So that would be our green weapon. Because Cryo Knight doesn't have any two-hand or one-hand green weapon. Only a bow. There is one benefit of doing Ash Tree a little bit longer. You get a lot more shield upgrades. But I feel like the natural amount of Ash Trees you get is already so many shield upgrades. But that is one nice benefit of doing it that way longer. Or, you know, camping Ash Tree. Is regardless of what class you are, you get shields out of it. Either as shield upgrades, or if you're a Guardian, simply a shield. Oh, it's not that I'm saying you're a Guardian. Pretty sure a Hammer Mage. I'm just meaning generally speaking. Oh, it feels so nice putting knowledge in alchemy again. Oh, so it's gonna feel weird. What am I supposed to put knowledge on now? I just realized, after I get 200 alchemy, I'm gonna... What do we do? Wait. Well, I guess woodcutting carpentry we put into whatever we need there. But after woodcutting and carpentry, that's gonna feel so weird. Because that makes sense there, because we'll be putting in carpentry a lot. But after that, what on earth do we put it on? Like, let's say we have 200 alchemy, 200 woodcutter, 200 carpenter. What on earth do I dump knowledge onto? I guess forager to speed it along? Probably forager. That feels weird given that it's somewhat decent knowledge rate. But yeah, I think I put it into forager. If I had to choose between chef, fisherman, or forager, I'm probably dumping into forager. At least until we get to the higher level range. But the lower level range that we're at right now, I'm pretty sure we just put in forager. Because a lot of the material from forager I don't need other than like monument pieces. Start collecting the AFK jobs. Yeah, I do eventually want to go get them all unlocked. I want to wait a little bit closer to 200 all though. Because right now it really affects EXP rates if we're not dumping it into skills. But eventually, after we have 200 all, I'm going to get every single passive unlocked. And by 200 all, I mean 200 all but combat. Generally, whenever I say 200 all right these days before combat rework, I'm referring to everything but combat. Combat doesn't exist to me until the rework happens. I'm like ignoring these three even exist. It's like the only one I'm doing, and the only reason I'm doing this is because we're passively doing detective. We're not passively, but you know, AFK-ly doing detective. Active AFK, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, I do want to get all of them eventually. It's just pre-200, you get too much better EXP rate for dumping knowledge into them. Post-200, it would be worthwhile to finally go dump the rest, though. It's just we're giving up too much EXP rate for not dumping knowledge into the skills as we're training them, though. Because honestly, as I train Fisher, I'm probably just dumping all my knowledge into Forager. To skip past every zone we don't really care about. Which is almost all of them. Okay, let's say Forager. Let's go through, like, do we care about it or not category. Like, every single item. Because the amount of completely not care about resource is so high. So, let's see. Monument Piece, I still need to finish collecting these. Wall Plant, we don't care about. Periwinkle, we don't care about. Monument Piece, we'll have to go do. Shell, we technically don't care about. I think this is for our lower cryo, the 50 or something. Nettle, we don't care about. Potato, we do care about. Rack, we don't care about at this low of a level range. Pondweed we don't care about. Monument pieces, of course, we always do. Bell plant we don't care. Monument piece we do. Water lily. This is for one of the cryopots. I don't recall if we care about this or not. If this is the higher one, maybe it is. If this is the 71, I don't think it is though. Potato we do. Hogberries we don't, but might still pick it up as we do monument pieces. Limport's good for doing fishing. You get a lot better XP rate while doing that. For just free foraging XP that you drop on the ground. But as far as saving them, we don't care about it. Then monument piece. Then drop on ground. Drop on ground. Is there anything that even is useful until, like, post 200? Like, other than the potatoes, I guess, for cooking? Like, the nettle's, like, the only one pre-200 that's, like, useful. And eventually that 209 rack. Which I might do just to help fishing. There's some fishing spots where you can get that for free. This is, like, an occasional XP drop. And then whenever we go and bank, we would actually bank all the racks rather than all the fish. Those are for the 10% XP pots for Hopeport. Same as the nettle. But yeah, there is so little in Forager we care about. It's basically just weaker HP potions. A few of the weaker boost potions, and... is that it? That's pretty much it. And a ton of monument pieces and potatoes. It's actually kind of underwhelming if you ignore that monument pieces exist. If you ignore that the monument exists, it's probably why they even added it to begin with. Forager just seems so weak. The Gather is just so much better compared to it. It's basically just better Forager in almost every way. You get bones for Bonewright. So you get 1 to 3 production skills up. You get all your plus 80 potions. You get XP for the chapter, of course, like you do for any of them. Is there any other big one? This is the biggest ones. Plus 80 potion. Bones for Bonewright. And of course the standard XP pots you would expect from any skill like that. I guess technically some cooking XP, but Forge already does that. I'm trying to do like unique ones, but those are the 2 big unique ones. It gives plus 80 potions, and it gives you, technically also gives you mini fears, which you don't get any fear from Forager. Because those are somewhat good for fear duration. Not necessarily for, but they fill XP rates. The ones that you do at Dandelions, at the 12-minute ones, are pretty good. The final tier of the one from Gather. Because they fill a really nice gap in Alchemy. While also being the best amount of fear per hour. As far as production time. The 12-minute fear potions, that is. Like, out of any potion you can make, it makes the most amount of fear protection per hour. So if you need some in a pinch, it works really well. Yeah, Forager is basically just weaker Gather. I never really looked at it too in-depthly like that before. But almost every way, just weaker Gather. Like, pretty much down the line. I am curious to see how much stronger Delver is going to be, though. Because we don't currently know how big of a tie-in Delver has with any other skill. Between Armor Maker, Builder, even other chapter skills. Because I believe you can get bait for fishing as well or something. Yeah, Delver's the worm one. Delver is Worm Wrangler. It's officially called Delver, though. It's just the Chapter 5 Gatherer skill. Like Forager or Gather. But right now, Gather is way stronger than Forager. Forager is only hard carried by the fact that Monument exists. And because a lot of the bigger rewards that you get from it are really front-loaded. Like the heal pots and the XP pots. They're really front-loaded in Alchemy. But post 200, they are pointless. Like, Forager doesn't even really touch post 200 for the most part. Or does that at all? Barely. There's like a few things here and there. Mostly the boost potions. But yeah, Forager really only helps you pre-200. Post-200, it does basically nothing. I didn't like some plus 70 potions here and there for combat. Which technically the amount that you can make per hour from them is better. So I guess the biggest benefit of Forager is plus 70 potions post 200. Because you can make more of them per hour. It'll be 10 less than the other one, but you can make twice as many per hour. So if it's a piece of content where you need to be chugging them, then they're actually better. That's like the one benefit Forager has by that point, though. And that's about it. That's one of the reasons I've been putting it off so much. Especially since we don't actually need it to do 200 alchemy. It would have been helpful, but it's not required. It just made us have to spend a little bit more gold than we otherwise would have. But barely. I think in total I would have spent, across the entire 200 alchemy grind, from 0 to 200... Skipping Forager, I think, only cost us about 10 to 12 more gold than we otherwise would have had to pay if we did Forager. It's basically nothing. That is the only money loss we had from skipping Forager. Was at absolute most 12 gold that we otherwise would have saved from doing Forager. At least with the path that we took. Obviously, if you would have done Forager, you would have done slightly more of, like, the heal pots. Like, for example, if we did Forager, of course, we would have switched over to the heal pot at 164 in one level. But because a lot of people are doing that, that means they're not making as many Stonewall Hills. Because this is every Stonewall Hill we've made up to this level range. Imagine only making, like, 200 of these. Because that's around where the average person would be if you just do this range right here. You would have made, like, 150, 200 of these. And then you would have pivoted because you have all these Forager supplies banked. But we get to make a ton more of them. So we get a little bit worse XP here from having not done Forager. And then a little bit less XP here from not doing Mindfighter. But the upside is we get hundreds of Stonewall Hill potions for Chapter 5. Whereas a lot of people would have stopped at like 200-ish or less. That's a good enough trade-off. Lose a little bit of XP right today for 10 of these for tomorrow. And by tomorrow, I mean like 3 to 6 months from now. Hey, by the way, those mining potions the other day, I never actually ended up making them. I still need to. I still have like 200 something of them banked. It's like 2 hours worth of them. Who knows? Maybe do them today. No, if I do them today, it's gonna be off stream probably. I don't want to do something that slow on stream. They weren't slow when we're at the level range for them, but at this point, they'd be very slow. It's still worth it because I want them, though. It's like 30-40% worse XP than what we're doing now. But the potion itself is really useful, and I already have them banked, and they're pretty much free. They're like 1 silver each. And technically 0 since they're already banked now. Because we already had 1 components. I only bought up to... The whole reason why we did so many is that was all the slimes we did from 100 Mindfighter. Remember when we went for the Christmas hats and we were killing like the level 68 slime? That's where the 1000 slime for all those Mines of Bitumen pots came from. It was all the slimes we slaughtered on day 1 of trying to get all the Christmas hats. When we were rushing down, getting 1 of each. It took like 63 hats before we got them all. But that's where all those slimes came from. As well as all the excess ones. Because apparently we had like 200-300 excess. But that's where they all came from. It was during the Christmas hat grind, the day 1 of it being released. when the holiday event thingy came out. So what is this? Grows over Scraggle rocks. Interesting. So there's gonna be rocks in the cave that are scraggly. But yeah, it does seem like a lot of Chapter 5 takes place in a cave. We got worms, we got rocks, we got cave glowing mushrooms. Which are definitely outside, of course. And not in a cave. Glowing cave mushrooms or whatever they were called. But yeah, there's a good chance 70% of next chapter is in a cave. Kind of like how 80 to 90% of Chronopolis is a city. But not all of it. Like anywhere from like 70 to 80% of next chapter is a cave. But not all of it. It would be like a mix between Mines of Matuban and how Chronopolis was set up probably. Where it's not all like a mining cave district, kind of like how Mines of Matuban is. It's more like how Chronopolis is, where most of it is cave, but not all of it is cave. Like how most of Chronopolis is city, but not all of it is city. You got a beach, you got a shoreline, you got a almost like farming district with two different farms. A Cyclops farm and a normal farm. Well, technically it's a unicorn farm held by Cyclopses. But then you have a normalish farm as well next to it. Like it's not all city. The next chapter is like a lot of cave, but not all cave. I gotta make sure to delay this knowledge so we get our level first, so we can dump it in. And then we can say goodbye to the heal pot. Sorry, we skipped the forager grind. No heal pot for us. And we skipped the mine fighter grind. No heal for us. Yeah, this is like the only day that's kind of rough from not doing foraging. This is like the one day where it's noticeable. Because let's see, which ones have a forager requirement? Forager requirement. Forager requirement. Soon to be forager requirement, which is why we have to spend so much tomorrow. So 3 out of the next 4 potions are all forager. With one of them being mine fighter. Both the grinds of which we did not do. So this is like the only really rough day. But beyond that, we're in the clear. Because then we just burn our money to go to this potion, and then boom, we already have this banked. And then we're done. They didn't really factor that in. Tomorrow's gonna be a really short grind. Like, really, really short. Like, we're talking like 6 hours and we're probably done. I kind of forgot because initially I was thinking that we had to do 27 levels tomorrow, but we only have to do 15. Every other day has been 27, but tomorrow will be the 115 day. Because I was always thinking for some reason that it'd be 27. I'm not sure why. But But it was the one outlier day that's a different number of levels because we only need 200. Hey, we saw earlier, someone took our rank. Who took our rank? Who'd be doing that? Who passed us? Azrael! It was Azrael. They passed us, but I wonder what they're grinding. Let's see, they did a ton of combat, Did they do all the combat? They did. Okay, we'll pass them eventually. They already did all the combats. I'm holding off till combat rework. Oh, they haven't done the alchemy grind. Honestly, I feel like that's one of the biggest mistakes we did on this account. Is not doing the alchemy grind sooner. All these 7% pots that we get to use later are going to be so nice. Including the 10% for hope ports that we'll be making tomorrow. Which is great because we haven't done the hope port grind yet. Also, oddly enough, we get to use them immediately, too. Because, of course, we'll be using them as we're doing alchemy. On our knowledge points, specifically. Which will make it even quicker to get it done tomorrow. Because instead of being 5% boosted, we're going to be 10% boosted whenever we do knowledge. For the rest of time, pretty much, for Hopeport. No, I will need to buy more from other people, because I'm only going to be able to make about 400 to 500. Probably close to 300 to 400, actually. And 300 to 400 will not last us forever. But worst comes to worst, we can also make them down the line when I actually forge for them. That does require 209 forger, though, instead of just 200. But you can forge for your own. I would just rather do post 200 gather than post 200 forger, though. Even if that means we don't have access to as many 10% XP pots there. That's something else that hasn't fully set in until just now. Now that we finally have 200 all for Mine to Matubin, if I'm ever boosting something in Mine to Matubin, I'm probably dumping it into smithing. Occasionally we'll put into mining if we're in a dead zone, aka we're currently in a dead zone. But otherwise it just goes all in on smithing. As one grind I might consider if combat rework isn't until like a month or two from now. I might consider the Aditherol grind, or whatever it's called. Whatever the blue one is called. I might consider the Flatinium grind. Because then we can start banking XP again. It's something we haven't been able to do with mining for a while unless we want to go do iron or do very annoying carbonies. We're in a pretty big dead zone for mining right now for ores. Also because carbonies is awful. But, yeah, we get a really good one at Flatinium again. And there is a chance before the combat rework we can get both of these to the point where we can get Flatiniums going. Which will allow us to have a bigger range for when we can craft something. Because out of every pivot post 200, that's the one I'm actually considering the most. The mining smithing pivot. This only works if trading comes out before combat rework, though. Because I need a level 50 pickaxe. Well, I don't need it, but I want it badly. Honestly, that's probably where the rest of my gold is going. I'm probably just going to get level 10 for every other tool we don't have upgraded. Level 10, level 10, level 10. And simply just go and do all those skills with only level 10 tools. That's fine. I even get Chronopolis' 10, though we don't need that till a little bit later. But only get all the level 10 tools we need. And then just simply do the skills with 6% less XP. But do that so that we can afford our all-elusive 50 pickaxe. Because I really want a 50 pickaxe before I go all in on mining. Like, all in. Yeah, that's probably the pivot pre-combat rework. Like, poached trading, but pre-combat rework. You start getting smithing and mining, like, absurdly high. So that we can craft, like, almost 600, or, you know, almost 500 gear. Like, at least, like, 400 something. Because right now, if that combat rework existed, we'd be able to make, like, barely a 300. Technically not even a 300 yet, but, you know, by that point, barely a 300. And I'd prefer that to be a 400 or 450 or even a 500. Because 300 is not going to cut it. It will for a while, but for 500ing a bunch of skills, 300 is not going to cut it. If we're going to be going on like a mass 500 combat grind. Oh, that reminds me, how far does some of the tier 4s go? Because I'm only going to have carpentry supplies up to tier 4. Let me double check something. We can make, okay, that's not too bad. So right now what I'm looking for is how far can we go with all the weird ones. Mace can only go to 212, so let's hope we don't need mace for anything. Metal Javelin, I always think requires carpentry, but I don't think it does. But let's say it does. It can only go to 239. Our throwing knives, if they have a good spec, are only to 273. And here's the main one I wanted to see. But yeah, that's fine. The other carpentry one is only a 306 and a 320. That's fine. That's around where we'll be able to craft anyways. Unless we like really go heavy on it, which hopefully we will. Because this is where we're restricted to if we don't get higher carpentry. We could buy it, but by then price hike would be in place. So it might be too expensive to buy unless the player market has a bunch of tier 5 carpentry supplies, which I highly doubt. Though one other funny thing is you could technically upgrade a lower one. Though I would need equipment from other classes. I think the scariest thing here is the rapier. Need like 300 something mining. Just to be able to make this. Otherwise it's capped at 340. Everything else goes pretty far otherwise. Like the longsword, the 428 for tier 5. AKA that Platinum ore I was talking about. Remember that Platinum I was just talking about that we'd go get? That lasts all the way to 428. That's quite a while. Like the Platinum ore I said I want to go get before combat rework and everything. That gets us all the way to a 428 longsword. And a 448 frosty sword, 2-hand. Like the blue 2-hand. Which would probably be our main weapon instead of rapier. Because this goes way deeper than rapier. And you only need tier 5 instead of tier 4. I mean tier 6, I mean. How much knowledge do I have right now? We shouldn't over-encumber. Just in case, I'll do it, I guess. 21 levels to go. But today's basically the last full day that we have to grind this. Tomorrow's actually way easier than I was anticipating. It's still going to take like 6-7 hours tomorrow, though. But, you know, compared to what we have been doing, it's pretty easy. Compared to like 9 to 11 hours. Because our current XP rate, I think we still have to go for about 8 more hours. At about 3 levels an hour. Let's just talk about carpentry components. When do we start getting some of the tier 5s? Sturdy ash plank we don't care about. Sturdy oak we don't care about. Sturdy pine's the first one that matters, and it's actually exactly at 200. Well, that's interesting. Okay, I need to go to 216 carpentry at some point. Oh. Yeah, we can actually make almost every tool we want out of it. There are a few exceptions. But 216 carpentry with, what cutting level do we need for that? We actually gotta do a little bit of post 200. Yeah, 208 wood cutting and 216 carpentry. Why is carpentry so much worse? Why? Why do this to us? Worst comes to worst, I could do the AFK activity, I guess. But, why? Why would you do that? Why do this to us? But you only need 208 wood cutting, but you need 216 carpentry. That's not ideal. But yeah, pine and hickory, that covers almost every weapon. I think the only thing that doesn't cover is battle axe. As far as cryonite weapons that require, any amount of what do you call it? Of carpentry supplies. Let's double check something. I believe this covers everything but battle axe. Just want to double check. If we got 208 wood cutting and 216 carpentry, technically slightly higher because we actually have to process it. That should tier 5 us all the way to everything but battle axe. Let's see, it doesn't matter what level it is, I just need to know what the material is. Hickory, check. That covers mace. And that's the 216 we were talking about. Let me double check. Let's see. So hickory. So check, 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 check. Check, check. Pine. Yep, pine gets covered. That's covered under what 200. You'd actually have that at max. Yeah, pine does get covered. Alright, what else? I think the only other thing was battle axe, I'm pretty sure. Coarse pine, yep, pine already covered. Oh wait, I already skipped the thing. Wait, where's battle axe? Did I skip battle axe in this area? Where's the other thing? Let's use pine. We do it at a higher range rather than lower range. Lower range is kind of weird. Because it all like claps on each other because it gives you like a billion at once. Let me try it from like the other rapier here. Alright, so let me see. Yep, hickory, check. We have that. Pine, check, we have that. Pine again, we have that. Yeah, the only thing we wouldn't have is the U-pole for battle axe then. But as long as battle axe isn't meta, that should be fine. Alright, perfect. But yeah, long story short, 216 allows us to craft everything to tier 5 but battle axe. The only thing I'd be missing is U-pole. But there's no way I'm going to 315 just for that. I assure you we're not doing that just for that. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, 216 carpentry and 208 woodcutting. Gets us every tier 5 except for battle axe. And there's no way I'm going to do that because there's no way I'm going to do that just for that weapon. 315 carpentry and whatever on earth the woodcutting is. But 208 and 216 covers pretty much every tier 5 but battle axe then. That's not bad. That's doable. That's very doable. Oh, maybe we're going a little bit higher than 200 then. The initial grind will be 200, 200, but hey, it might be a 208, 216 grind. Though I'd wait for 200 all first, though. But it is worth considering. Particularly the carpentry one before the price hike. I don't know, I guess, I don't know, maybe that will actually be our grind then. The 208, 216. It'll probably still say 200, 200 though. But yeah, we actually need 208, 216. It's no longer a 200, 200 grind. Though a lot of the 216 for carpentry will probably be done through the passive activity. There's obviously woodcutting would be done manually. What would be woodcutting at that range? We'd be doing pines. Let's see if we can get to the hickory. We'd have the better hatchet upgrade, though. And carpentry, I believe, is similar, where we'll be doing pines at 200. Which we'll have a lot of from there. And then whatever the pines don't cover, we just do through the 208 AFK activity. Oh, I gotta dump knowledge into it post 200. To get a post 200 AFK activity, I need 208. I almost feel like using those passive potions on it, the +4s. Do some of the alchemy AFK just to be able to do that. Oh gosh. Probably not worth it. Oh, we could do it at 204. This is one of those where that +4 AFK potion would sound really good right about now. Be able to do that at 204 rather than 208. Because I can't start AFK and carpentry till 208. Until we get to 216 where we can actually properly do the skill or finish the skill. What's everything that specifically uses hickory that we're going so far out of our way for? Where's these hickory poles that I'm about to go this deep into for? I think it's just fire knives. We could probably skip it for now. There's a grind we probably need to do eventually, but there's no way fire knives are going to be super meta. So they have some kind of weird burn effect or something. I want to see. Sturdy hickory pole. It is used for mace. Wait, hickory. That's the right one, right? Oh, it's only used for our mace. I say only, but realistically, if we want to do yellow damage, that's our only way to do so. As this is the best yellow weapon in the game. Oh no, that's not the one. No, this is the best one-hand yellow weapon in the game. This is our best one-hand yellow weapon. And that's the only thing that's relevant to us. But basically, if you want a one-hand yellow weapon, you need hickory. Regardless of what class you are. Hammer Mage has the best one in the game. Crier Knight has the other one. And, of course, Guardian has none. Also, munch time. It's like munchy mood again. I do have a bit of a headache today for some reason. Not sure why. Probably just from bad sleep. It's not like exceedingly bad. Like that one day when we actually had to like literally stop the stream. I think it was one day we were doing carpentry. But I had like such a migraine. Right now it just feels like from a weird sleep. Like not like a lack of sleep, but just like not sleeping well. Also, Mad Hatter's been here with us pretty much the entire grind. I wonder what level he's up to. Let's see, he's at 124. Then 40 levels behind us. I'm sure Central up to 245. And Kale mentioned earlier is at 400. Going for that 500 grind. I think he's sleeping right now because he hasn't moved up a level. Or he's gathering supplies or something. What can you even make it 400? Aside from like almost everything. We're almost at the 402 AFK. You'd be at this AFK to 10% Hope Port. The first 10% AFK potion. Which you can also chug into Hope Port itself if you want to. Which honestly, I probably would. If I was ever at this potion, I would just be chugging it to make it go even quicker. Drink the 10% as you're making it. Sip one and just infinitely keep sipping the same potion. Because it keeps getting refilled as you make it. I better learn how to use save for later for knowledge. The problem with that is it interface stalls you though. It double interface stalls you. That's why I almost never use the save for later. While doing alchemy, it's kind of clunky though because it also kind of stalls your movement when you keep it constantly bombarding you. But when you save for later, you never get the auto free reward screen pop up. You always have to do an interface that stalls your character to bring it back up later. But now after we finish doing these, we'll have an interface that will immediately bring up our level. Then again, I don't actually immediately need it until we do the next set, actually. Because I'm not going to drink a potion just to go use it. I know, it's kind of clunky with alchemy, I do have to say. Normally not delaying it is actually beneficial. But the way that it goes with alchemy is kind of clunky. Works better delaying it with a lot of other skills. But the areas when it does pop up is kind of annoying for alchemy. Because it pop-ups a lot of times when you want to go Q in movement. Hey, that reminds me, our daily show must be ready. Oh, wow. Yeah, are they? 17 seconds from now. Alright, it's the last set, and then we go use our boost potion. I guess I'm putting this into smithing then. This current knowledge point. Because I can't put it into Bonewright anymore. Well, I could, but I'm not going to. But now whenever I go to the daily for mining twice a day, we'll be dumping the XP into smithing. I'm surprised on our combat pool. The 0 to 150 is actually really high. I should have made a smaller range than that. It's at 50% right now. But I guess that would make sense of why they put the combat range there. Because starting after the combat rework, you only need level 30, 30, and 40 and 40 for combat to be max level. So they probably have data on that, and that's probably why they even went for those numbers as well. Is at bare minimum, you do want to reach those level ranges, otherwise you're not going to be max level. But yeah, 30 for the first 2 chapters, and then 40 every chapter after. If you do 30, 30, 40, 40, you'll be combat level 1,400 then. Which is max level when combat rework comes out. Also, I just realized something kind of funny. Given that every single chapter's base levels of enemies are going to keep going up, I wonder if they're ever going to change that. Because we're eventually going to get to the point where chapter is going to be like... A little random bunny is going to be like level 300. Like the most unintimidating enemy ever is going to be like, oh yeah, its base level is 360. It looks like it's weaker than something like from 5 chapters ago. But it's level like 400. As the lowest iteration of the enemy. You're at 141, nice. Yeah, not counting our Chronopolis level, our combat's really low. The only reason it seems like somewhat more inflated is because we did so much AFK raid dens. Alright, let's go do the dailies. And apparently we put this on to smithing now. I can also put it into mining, but I think I'm putting on smithing here. Wait till mining gets a little bit higher. And hey, we get value from the 7% from the other day. Keep getting our value from them. There we go. Almost a level. Not quite. I really wish there's a second one to go do in the mines during this 2-minute period. But unfortunately, there's only the one. It's a really good one, but there's only one. I just realized he actually puts the barrel down there. I never noticed that. Has he done that with all the other ones too? It's gonna be a big barrel for the other one. How many barrels do we have right now? We are at 288. We're gonna have thousands of them by the time we hit that mining level. Because you can't use these until level 348. That is over 100 levels more than where we're at right now. Which is no time soon. We're gonna, honestly, we might have over 10,000. Maybe not that many. But we're gonna have multiple thousands. Like, not just 8,000. But anywhere from a few to several thousand. By the time we have that high of a mining level. Unless we really go in power heavy into mining. There we go, almost detective level. Alright, back to Hopeport we go. Daily's done. No more distractions. Back to the potion grind. You may never leave again other than to buy potion supplies. Till we get to 185. 20 levels to go. Also, our knowledge for the rest of the stream goes into alchemy now. I only did the one there because we were already boosted for mining, so might as well. But every other knowledge point will be going into alchemy. Just so we're not here for literally all of today. Current rate should be like 7-8 hours. Or just most of today, just not all of today. If we were to not knowledge, it would be literally all of today. Like every last second of it. We do actually want to have dinner at like a slightly reasonable hour today. It should take like 8 hours or less. It's just hard to figure out what the XP rate's going to be by then. Actually, you know what? Let's go figure it out. We can figure it out. Because we account for knowledge. Let's say we're already level... Oh, how much knowledge are we going to get within that time? We're getting 3 per hour. Let's say 7. So 21. So 5 levels guaranteed. Alright, so let's just count our level. I know it's in between, but let's just count it as 170 right now. To 185. Just so we highball it rather than lowball it. So 170 to 185 with our current XP rate. Let's figure this out. This is the worst case scenario on how much time it would take. It's actually slightly quicker than this. But worst case scenario. Let's see, 170. So we take that number. Then that number. Then get the difference. Then divide the other number. And that should be the worst case scenario for how many hours we gotta do exactly what we're doing now. Of course, it doesn't matter if we know what number this is. We have to do the grind regardless what this number is. I'm just kind of curious what it is. Let's see, 185, calculator, let's see, 2109100 subtracted by that number, 580,000. Alright, so we got this number, it's like 5.5 mil. Okay, he's still going. Wait, did I drop any on the ground? Yeah, I already did. Okay, just make sure. Alright, and now we divide that by this number, which is our EXP rate. So welcome back virtually. Welcome, welcome. We're trying to figure out how many more hours we have to grind in worst case scenario right now. Alright, we then have to go and divide that number by this number. And whatever that is the maximum number of hours this could take. It's technically slightly quicker than this because I'm accounting for knowledge only at the lowest level range, but obviously it's going to be in between everything. So it will give a bit more than this. This also does not account for 5% pots. Let me go see. Did we factor in inflation? Luckily, no inflation to factor in. No, it doesn't factor in the cost because we have to pay the cost regardless. Though we can figure out the cost based on this number. Whatever this number is about to be. I just need to divide this number as soon as we do this next set. That will tell us how many hours it is, which can also tell us how much gold we're about to spend the rest of the stream. Roughly. But this is worst case scenario. Divide this number by that number. Divided by 6, 4, 1, 520. It would take 8.6 hours worst case scenario. And in that time, we lose about, what is it, per hour? Go figure that out too. Just for the fun of it. And during that time, we will lose how much money? This number times 110. And then multiplied by the number of hours. But yeah, we gotta do this for 8.6 hours then. So about 8.5. But that's worst case scenario. Knowledge will give us a little bit more than that. Also doesn't account for any 5%. Yeah, about 8.5 hours then. Which means we'll finish by about 11 PM Eastern Standard Time. Hey, better than midnight. 1 hour before midnight is around when we'll finish. Alright, let me go do some math again. So, just out of curiosity, though we have to spend this regardless, the amount that we would spend within that time is 6.46 times 110, and then multiply that by 8.6. We would spend a little over 6 gold. Which is not bad. That does mean we're only going to have 8 point something going in tomorrow, but that should be enough. But would that be down to 8 point something after the stream? It'll take 8.5 hours. Alright, let's get to it. Time to burn 6 gold and over the course of 8 hours for all the XP we need. It will technically be slightly better than that though. Because the math I did does not account for 5% potion and also does not account for knowledge giving more XP. I calculated out knowledge for giving the worst XP possibly could. Like if we knowledge all the way from 165 to 170. That's not what we're doing. Our knowledge will constantly be giving more and more XP. That's just really hard to calculate for though. So I just calculate it as the lowest level range rather than the highest. Because we calculated out how much knowledge we will get in that time. Actually no, let's just go recalculate that. Wait. That's something else we can actually do too. Let's do that based on 8 hours, how much knowledge we'd get. Because I'm not sure what I did on before, but let's do 8 times 3. 8 times 3. So yeah, we're getting 1 level quicker then at some point. So yeah, maybe it's closer to 8 hours then. Oh, regardless, we got a long grind ahead of us. Best case scenario, it's like slightly under 8 hours. Worst case scenario, it's slightly over 8.5. Because I originally calculated out knowledge is only giving 5 levels. But it's actually going to be giving us 6. Oh, tomorrow we finally get to reach level 2,750 as well. The really cool milestone will be 3,000 though. Still a nice milestone though. Numerically. But the real big one will be 3,000. But we're a ways from 3,000 though. Even if we finish the entire woodcutting carpentry grind, are we even there? Yeah, we would be. Yeah, during the woodcutting carpentry grind is when we'd actually hit 3,000 then. Join the 3K club. I'm pretty sure it's already a top 20 of all 3Ks already. Or are the... Yep. No. Almost. In like 2 days, everyone in top 20 will be 3,000 plus. We're not gonna hit it until like a few weeks from now. Yeah, all of top 20 will have it in 3 days from now, or 2 days, depends on how much he power grinds. That's why there's a lot of anonymous players there. I knew of a few of these. I didn't realize there was such a big anonymous player wall here, though. Dude, that's a lot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 players in a row of anonymous. I know a couple of them that are in that range. I just realized my LZS went down quite a bit. Oh, no, they didn't. No. No, my LZS and Chino are about at the same spot. Hiding is cringe. Yeah, I never hit on leaderboard yet. I did accidentally hide on leaderboard when I started up the Switch. Or not the Switch, the Steam Deck. Because the Steam Deck's auto setting is all privacy's off. Because whenever you use a different device, it has all the default things. And I didn't realize it. And yeah, we were technically de-leaderboard for some short duration. Because every privacy setting is... like, all your settings for Brighter Shores is set per device. Rather than per account. I think a lot of games are actually like that. But normally I'm not playing too many games on like multiple different devices like that. But now it will be, I guess, technically because of Steam Deck. But it's saved per device rather than per account. So I had to reset all the privacy settings. I had to reset the order of all my icons. I had to reset like everything. As it's not using the same settings that we have on PC. We like our privacy. Yeah, gotta hide all the bots. The entire bot farm of anonymous people. Not the top leaderboard, obviously. But, you know, other people utilizing it. Because anytime I see someone, like, fully hidden, in the back of my head, it's like, are they botting? I'm pretty sure most of the top leaderboard is clean at this point, though. But whenever I see, like, a random person who looks like they're only, like, a few hundred levels, it's like, Yeah, the reward system in this game is pretty bad, I'm pretty sure. Though I feel like that's the case in any game. Like, the one in Old School RuneScape is there for cosmetic reasons. Like, you reporting anyone... You could report a 100% obvious bot, and 3 months later, that bot will still not be banned. I know, because it actually sets it to, like, auto go into your ignore list. And sometimes I check them down the line to check, like, has this person been banned? And I'll check, and it's like, nope, they're still there. They just have like 5,000, 10,000 more KCs on that boss. Or like 200 mil in the skill and are still training or something else. I think there's some of the funniest ones in Old School RuneScape too. Like, you look at their list and it's like, okay, they have like a few combats, a few other things, a few quest requirements. And, oh yeah, they have 30,000 kills on this one random boss. Like, it's like a distribution that makes no sense. Like, you look at a couple things, like, yeah, that checks out, that checks out, that checks out. And, oh yeah, I camped the boss for about 1,000 hours. Without doing, like, easier bosses or harder bosses around it. Just felt like camping this boss for a couple 1,000 hours. But yeah, old school RuneScape bots are funny. Because they know they can get away with it, so there's like, oh, I don't even need to try to hide it. It's kind of funny because in the Max Total world, a lot of people would normally set up a cannon at the Crafting Guild bank, which is the most commonly used bank, because it's always the most consistent teleport spot, and also the closest to a bank and deposit box and everything. But people will set up a cannon there to try to see if anyone's using like an auto clicker or something, or a macro, because it won't account for the cannon being there. And some people actually do get caught. They get cannon caught. Mostly rune crafting bots. And or macros. Because those are the ones that use that bank the most. I know, with all the quality of life, maxing an old school RuneScape hasn't been that bad recently. Always gets a lot of flack for taking like forever. But max level's not too hard these days. They keep adding so much quality of life. That's getting like easy scaped like like RuneScape 3 did. There's even EXP rates in old school RuneScape that are quicker than RuneScape 3 now. Like cooking, for example. It's nearly 1 million XP an hour, whereas I think the best you can get in RuneScape 3 is like 400,000 or 500,000 an hour. Construction is also really quick in old school RuneScape if you don't mind burning infinite money. Because they finally made it so you can one-click construction. Which I believe is actually quicker than doing the same thing in RuneScape 3, because RuneScape 3 doesn't have it. But old school did. They have other methods of training it though. But I'm pretty sure old school RuneScape's quickest construction is still quicker than RuneScape 3's due to that though. There's a change they made earlier this year. But RuneScape 3 never got it. Or at least not yet. Try to think of any other skill that's quicker. I think it's only cooking and construction. Are two skills that are actually quicker in old school than it is in RuneScape 3. As far as like max XP rate. You're stockpiling 25% health pots? 25% health pots are an interesting one. They are used a lot in the current state of the game. The main thing we don't know about health pots at the moment is how viable are they after the combat rework. I also have to keep in mind, they're also the third weakest health pot. There are 3 higher, 28%, 32%, and 35%. So a lot of people are bulk buying them. Might be going for the better percents. Because that's one that's really speculative. Because there's a good chance the combat rework, you might not even need to heal that much. With auto regenerate and everything else. And just the fact that damage is so much higher. That's something that's still really up in the air, is how much do you even need to heal after the combat changes, if at all? Because the answer might be not at all. So it's a really risky investment, but it could pay off. I personally won't be investing in healing pots, though. I'm mostly investing in all the skilling that costs money right now. Like right now, alchemy, then carpentry. While doing woodcutting. But then after that, if they still haven't added trading, I'm probably investing into 5% pots. It's something we're going to need anyways. And anything higher than a 5% is going to cost an arm and a leg, probably. Like, every 7% is almost guaranteed going to be at least 10 silver, if not more. Where you could buy a 5% for 2% less for, like, a fifth that price, not even. And there's a lot of situations where 5% is enough, like if you're chugging one every 2 minutes. Oh yeah, the 5% ones for Hopeport are pretty easy to buy. They're the cheapest one out of any of them. But the potions around them are also the easiest to obtain. So there's a lot of 6% in the market, 7%, 8%, 10%. So I'm not sure how well 5% for those would do. I feel like the other 5% would fend a lot better. Even though they're the cheapest, they are also really easy to obtain all the XP pots for them. Hopeport XP pots are the only XP pot in the game where you get all of them before 200. It is also an XP drop that you get from doing combat. So anyone who ever does 500 guard, particularly guardians, who ever fight the green weak thieves, they drop XP pots as well. And most of them drop better than a 5% at the higher level range. Like we're talking like 7s, 8s, 10s. And it's the only chapter in the game that has a mechanic like that. So if I do mass buy a bunch of 5%, I will still be getting some for Hopeport because I need them anyways, like 1,000 or so. But if I like mass buy them, I'm mass buying them mostly for the other 3 chapters. Because you're always going to need to chug them while doing carpentry. You're always going to need to chug them while doing the 3 production skills in Mines of Matubin, as well as probably mining. And you would likely want to chug them while doing Leatherworker, as it's the slowest skill in Chronopolis by far. You also tend to use them in Chronopolis whenever you turn in a raid. Or not a raid, but a detective thing, an investigation. Because some investigations take a little bit longer than, you know, the XP pot. And you generally use it right at the end of an investigation in order to claim that big XP drop. It's also right next to the daily. So you could technically do 1 investigation. Actually, I should start doing that. Whenever we do that daily. Do 1 single investigation, but then turn in the daily with the same XP pot that we use for the investigation. Just to double dip it a little. If we ever use a bigger XP drop, like a 7% or something, I probably would. Turn in 1 investigation, but also turn in the daily for the bounty board at the same time. They basically already have an investigation queued up and already done. But then go take your bounty board and that at the same time. And then every new day you go take a new investigation after you take your bounty board. You just have an endless cycle where you just keep doing that. That's not worth doing until level, until this level though. But I will probably start doing that at that level range. It's not worth doing until 287 Detective. Well, one strategy is every single day you complete 1 of these investigations, but don't complete it. Just simply leave it there, assuming you're not doing Merchant or something that needs the slots. But simply keep an uncompleted or finished bounty. Or, you know, a finished bounty, but not fully completed. And then turn it in and this at the same time every day. And then get a new investigation when you go and turn that in. And just do that every day to double dip it with a 7% or whatever pot you're using. I'm probably going to start doing that, but it's not worth doing until like 287 though. Right now it's really bad value at my level range. But a 287 with a 267 investigation, that would be worth doing every day. 1 investigation turn in with 1 of those with a 7% pot. It would also help keep our detective level from falling way too far behind our combat. It's still going to, but it'll make sure it does it slightly less. It's still going to fall behind. We'll just fall slightly less behind. Yeah, health pots are basically food in this game. But there's a lot of content that you never need food for, depending on what your damage is. Especially if they add lifesteal to special attacks. Because we already know they're adding regen. We just don't know if they're adding special attack lifesteal. Though if they do, it's almost guaranteed on Necromay weapons. Also, with the level requirements that the Battle Axe for Cryo Knight is poised for, I'm really curious how good that special attack is. Because the more I keep looking at all of its requirements, the more it looks like it's actually going to be a good weapon after special attacks come out. Because everything about its requirements are pointing towards it having an absurdly good special. Because right now it's pretty useless to use. But it has a really high requirement across the line. But no, we'll definitely have to wait and see. Because how good health pots are depending on a lot of factors. We also don't know if there's going to be an inverse mechanic. Like, what about a special attack instead of a lifesteal mechanic? Though we might still have that too. Imagine if, like, the fire weapons or something damage you, but do more damage than the enemy or something. Where you take, like, almost like recoil damage from using it. Where you lose, like, 10% of your health or something. But it hits the enemy for really, really, really hard. Like, that could also be a mechanic instead of just lifesteal. Like the inverse of lifesteal, where you consume some of your HP for more damage for a special attack. Or you still use special attack energy or whatever it uses, but it would also use some of your HP. It's hard to balance, though. I know it's Gorinsky actually added one like that earlier last year. It's almost never used, though. Because the HP cost just isn't worth it for the extra damage. Oh no, when it comes to PvP, I don't think anyone's going to be using anything but the best potion, though. That's one big issue with healing pots. Is anyone who's really, really, really going to care about them, like, you know, using them for PVM and other things, they might only use the two biggest ones. 32% if they want to get it cheaper, or 35% if they want real ones. That's the only problem. Because there's 3 potions higher than 25s. The only reason that you would ever use a 25% is if you take too much combat damage in a normal fight. But after all the combat rework, that might never happen again, which is what I was mentioning. Because the way that we currently use 25% pots, you probably might never need to use again in the future after the combat rework. Because they're only particularly good in situations where you're fighting a small enemy, and you need just that little bit of extra heal to be able to kill it. But there's probably enough power after the combat rework that you almost never need to do that again. Unless you're fighting something way out your level range. Well, the best health potion in the game is pretty expensive to make. Like, the best health potion in the game's 25 silver before the price hike. Like, it's already absurdly expensive, and that's before it gets increased. Yeah, Kyo was considering making a bunch of 32% heal pots because you can make twice as many. That's certainly going to be the way to go, especially if you go deep into Forger. You probably have a lot of that supply just laying around. But I think you only get that at the lower level range. Mindfighter gets a lot of the other material, though. Like, if you do 500 Mindfighter, you're going to have so many 35% heal pots. Like, more than you ever know what to do with. Even though they were made at half the speed. Because don't you have to go pretty far out of your way in Forger to actually get them? Is at a high level range, you're not really doing that low level Forger anymore. But a high-level Mind Fighter, you're still doing the high-level heal potion. Like, at 400 Mind Fighter, you're still basically killing something that drops this material. But by 300 Forager, you would never be touching these again. As far as what you gather to go make them. I don't believe you do. I think these fall off by like 200-ish? Like, ever collecting them again? Like, post 200, you would never touch these, I don't believe. Whereas you could be at 400 Mind Fighter, 500 Mind Fighter, and still be fighting things that drop this material. Even though these are made twice as quick. But these synergize with the skill that they're attached to a lot better. Whereas these fall off from their skill that they're attached to at some point. Are we keeping everything? Yeah, I'm keeping every potion. I'm keeping literally every last potion we get. The only ones I didn't keep were the 6-minute fears. I just did that for a little bit of level range just to speed it up. Just because they're outclassed by 9, 12, and 15 in every possible way. 9s are cheaper, 12s are more fear per hour, and 15 is the highest number. There's no reason to ever keep 6s. But aside from that one potion, we've kept every single potion across the entire grind at 200. From our 77 starting position. What level do you need to make it? What, the best healing pot? You need 170 alchemy. And you start getting the material for it around 110 Mind Fighter. That's why I don't have any of it. You start getting the material from it from this Tongue Beast. And from this upgraded Goblin. So I can get the Tongues right now, but I can't get the Goblin right now. But by around like 110, 120, you can start getting the material for it. And for Mind Fighter. It was one of the reasons why when I was mentioning before on the Alchemy grind, I was considering getting like 200 Mind Fighter. The main reason is because our XP rate at 170 would skyrocket. But then I realized we don't really need healing potions for anything anytime soon, so I was like, probably not. The only thing coming out in the next half a year that could possibly need a 35% heal pot is PvP. That's the whole list. In the next 6 months, the full list of content that will likely need a heal pot, if even that piece of content, is PvP. Just that. Nothing else. There's not going to be any boss, there's not going to be any dungeon, there's not going to be any raid. PvP is like the only thing they might get used for. At least in the short term. Long term, there's like a billion things that we get used for. Short term, it is literally just that. Because they're too expensive to be using on basic enemies. Or even some bosses, it's probably too expensive. Because every time you sip one, you're spending anywhere from like 25 to like 40 silver per sip. Which is very expensive. Unless what you're doing is really, really, really important. Or making more money than that. Which in that short term is only going to be PvP. Assuming they even work in PvP, we don't know how PvP is going to work. We don't know if you get your own supplies when you go in, just so it's even or something. Or if you're actually going to have to drink outside potions. Or if potions are even enabled. You're going to buy out all the 35% heal pots when trading comes out? I would not advise that. That would only be worth it if PvP does use them. But we don't even know how PvP is going to be. For all we know, that you could start with your, like, automatic potions or something. Just so it's a fair fight. Or there could be no potions at PvP, potentially. And maybe there's just a PVM object. There's no PVM where you need them, but it might be a PVM-only potion. 35% is like a triple eat, pretty much. A triple eat is pretty cheap in Old RuneScape compared to in Brighter Shores, though, if you compare it that way, though. Comparing it to, like, any other health potion. Like, they are so expensive. They're 25 each. Compared to 3% less being, like, half the price. And they're twice as quick to make. It's actually crazy how bad value these are. Like, the only time you're using these is if they are allowed in PvP, if you're staking someone for a lot of money. Or if bossing eventually comes out and you just want the uniques and don't care how much money you burn. That's like the two only things you ever use this for. As that's how much it costs to make. That's not actually how much it's going to cost. Like, it's going to cost at least 30 or 40 or 50. Because of the time to make it and everything else. Man, these things are absurdly expensive per sip. And they're made twice as slow as these as well. For only 3% less. I don't know, we'll have to see where the market is on them and everything. But I don't believe there's going to be any use case for these for a long, long, long time. As PvP and bosses, just to rush the uniques on day one are like the only two things you would use it for. In the current, or soon-to-be state of the game. In the current state of the game, there's nothing. But within the next year, there's also almost nothing. They're just so exorbitantly expensive to use. But that's kind of the point, because they're the best healing pot in the game. They're not supposed to be cheap to use. But they're kind of so expensive to use that you're not going to use them. The only people using them are people who did 500 Mindfighter, who can, you know, dump them on that. It's one of the reasons we are doing 500 Mindfighter as well. It does give us access to using them without burning the entire bank. As we'll have our own. It's still crazy expensive, though. Plus, you still have to bank time them, which is annoying. It's not that they get banked for free at the moment. It's still time that you're not gaining combat XP. I don't know, 35%, I feel like there's going to be a lot of them in the economy. Because anyone who skips Forager Grind, because this was my original plan for Alchemy, a lot of people will make them all the way from 170 to 200. They're not going to do the Gather Grind like we did, so they're not going to have those three. They might have skipped the Forager Grind. And if they did, that means they would do this for 30 levels. Basically, anyone who's training Alchemy, who's going combat only, is going to be training off this potion for at least 30 levels straight. So there's going to be a decent number of them in the game. Because you get these from Mindfighter, which is something that's a combat activity. So someone who's mostly prioritizing combat but is deciding to get Alchemy up is going to be making these for 30 levels. Because they're not going to have the Forager level for the 8%. They're not going to have the Forager level for the 10%. They're not going to have the Gatherer and everything else that they did for the other two, Forager and Gatherer. So the only potion they would have all the way to 200 would be what the supplies they have from Mindfighter. Which would be doing the 35% all the way to 200. So there will be a decent amount of them. Because anyone doing Mindfighter is going to have more than they ever know what to do with them. To the point that they might even just be selling out the supplies to other people. For potentially cheaper than the shop. Yeah, you need membership to be able to make them cheaper. So free-to-play can't get them cheaper. That is one caveat to that, yeah. Free-to-play can't get that potion for cheaper. But free-to-play also doesn't have access to trading, but of course can still accumulate loot for when they do activate trading. But keep in mind, free-to-play can get everything they need for 32% slow. But they have to buy from the shop if they want the 35%. But they can mass make 32% without ever touching membership. Which means 32% are probably going to be pretty cheap. Not only are they already half price just based on where the shop price is, but they're also made twice as quick. So they don't have as much time going into them as far as production time. As far as how much you can upcharge for production time. These take twice as long, so you can upcharge a bit more. I don't know, we'll have to see. It's hard to tell where most things will be in the market. Because everything's just going to be a gigantic speculation bubble until actual more content comes to the game. Because for all we know, you don't even use potions in PvP. It could easily be a potionless system. But if it's not, then yeah. Like plus 80 boost pots and 35% heals are going to be huge. But we don't even know if they're even used in PvP. Because this hasn't been confirmed or denied. Still kind of crazy how high you need to go for most of the 10% pots. I wish a lot of them were a lot lower down. It's kind of crazy. I think the craziest one is at level 185 you can make 10% for Hope Port. Do you know when the next 10% is? Almost 200 levels later. You make the chapter 2 10% at 364. I wonder if they're ever going to consider rebalancing that. Because that's one thing with alchemy that seems like really out of whack. Is how early you get to make Hope Ports 10%, but how absurdly late you make every other 10% in the entire game. Oh, is this the first time the machine's gonna blow up? Let's see. Nope. Gosh, that's so lenient. Anytime I think we're gonna be like not able to make it in time, it's like, nope, it's fine. I just realized, hypothetically, if we do make a bunch of these potions, how bad is the XP rate per hour? 808. How bad is that compared to a potion right over here? Yeah, it's like half the rate, XP rate. Though the two ults will need it from 170 to 200 though. But yeah, by the time you're like level 258, it's less than 0.5% the XP rate. Like half as much, like you're getting 50%. It's kind of rough. Like a lot of times after we do the Mind Fighter grind, we'll probably make them to order. In the sense that if we need them for something, we'll make them as we need them. Keep a couple hundred banked, and if we need a bunch, we'll just make a bunch. Like if we know a new boss is going to come out or something else. Just only process them when we actually need them, rather than preemptively do it. That way we have motivation to go do it, even though we're getting almost like no XP per hour. Because yeah, by like mid 250, it's already like half the rate of whatever we could be doing at that range. But they're technically free since we're already going to have them banked. And they are the best healing potion in the game, so we would still have to revert to them at some point. I just don't see that being needed until a long while from now, though. Hey, what do you need for the foraging for the other two? Silver kelp. Yeah, 164. Does the kelp never go any higher? Is Silver Cup the highest it goes? I would assume so. So that means I guess you would get them for free on your foraging routes. The problem is you have to go out of your way for wall plant. Whereas kelps, whenever you do wide foraging, it gets you get some for free. But there's no foraging route that can do kelp wall plant for free. You'd have to always go out of your way for it. The freest you could ever do it is maybe whenever you're doing a cooking run, you grab all 6 of them or something. Or all 8 of them. Is there 6 or 8 there? I think it's 6. But aside from grabbing all 6 of them when you go on like a cooking run, not sure how else you really get them for free. Unless every time you go down that path you pick up all 6. It's like the only way you could kind of route them. Is literally anytime you touch the room, you just take them all. Which seems a lot more annoying than just simply banking them all doing Minefighter. I'd rather just bank them all doing Minefighter. Now, our fact that we have 100 Minefighters really throwing me off now, too. We got 200, 200, post 200, post 200, and then a wimpy 100 combat. So when's that combat rework coming? I can't wait for the combat pivot. I'm looking forward to it so much. But until then, we're skilling only. And then we can start playing the game. It'll basically be max at 200 all by then. I'd have to consider 200 all as max. I don't care if the numbers go to 500. It's just so unrealistic. Especially by the time we have like 10, 20 chapters in the game. Like, unless you spend every possible second you have doing the game. Even then, there's like no realistic way you're gonna get 500 all. Whereas 200 all is really realistic. Well, maybe not really realistic, it still takes forever. But it's realistic for some people to do. Whereas 500 all is realistic for almost no one to do. I don't think someone has 4 500s yet. I think the closest person is Casey, who currently has soon to be 4 500s. But 3 of those are the freeze 500s in the game. Watch Person Detective, which you get at the same time. Merchant, which is the quickest skill in the game. The only slow one he has is Leatherworker. That's just because he's doing 500 all Chronopolis, of course. He'll be the first person to ever finish a chapter. Wait, does someone already have chapter 1 done? 500 all? Wait, really? How's that possible? Because they're not here. Oh, it's not chapter 1? Oh. Hope Forest? What chapter is it then? Wait, it can't be chapter 3. But no, there's not a single one that is. KC and Chronopolis is the closest person. It wouldn't be possible to do it in any other chapter. Every other chapter is so much slower than Chronopolis. It's one of the reasons we're probably still doing 500 all Chronopolis, just at a way slower rate. But no, there's not any other chapter that's 500 all. Most people aren't even close to 500 all in any other chapter. He's currently only 79 levels away from 500 all in a chapter. Compared to chapter 1 that is over 500 levels away. Actually over 600 levels away. Chapter 2 is over 400 levels away. And chapter 3 is over 1,000 levels away. Because it's the slowest chapter in the game. It is the slowest chapter in the game to ever 500 all. But Chronopolis is the quickest. Oh, sorry, I mean chapter 3, not chapter 5. I'm not sure what I just said. Yeah, chapter 3 is the slowest, chapter 4 is the quickest. Yeah, nearly every skill but Mind Fighter is absurdly slow in Mind to Batubin. Particularly the 3 production skills. And Chronopolis has 2 skills that basically get leveled simultaneously. The quickest skill in the entire game to level independently. Especially if you dump knowledge from it into itself. And 1 average time skill. Which is definitely its slowest, but you can just dump knowledge from the other 3 into it. Almost gonna get our level here. Still a good 6 hours away from actually reaching our goal, though. About one potion at a time. I was like, gosh, everyone from the household left, so the dog just keeps barking. I gave some attention before the stream, and it kept her busy for a while, but now she wants attention again. Like, the problem is she doesn't want attention from me. Like, I'll give it to her, and then like 5 minutes later, she'll start barking again. I feel like on average, dogs have never liked me. It's always because I've been a cat person. I've never seen a cat that's hated me, and most dogs just despise me for some reason. There you go, 168. 17 levels to go. If I ever get a pet of my own again, it'd probably be a bird, though. Birds are just so chill. Honestly, I would love to get chickens again, but I don't think I can keep them here. They're also way too high maintenance. But honestly, the prices of eggs are getting high enough where it's like, it's not too bad of an idea. Yeah, they do have eggs a lot. I feel like every other breakfast I utilize eggs in some way. Normally just an omelet. Or just scrambled. It's really nice because you can put like anything in them. Broccoli, meat, pretty much anything. Broccoli. I mentioned like 2 things. Oh no, I don't put too many different things in there, I guess. A lot of things I just don't normally have in the house to put in them, like mushrooms. There's not too many things I use mushrooms for, other than omelets. I guess maybe burgers occasionally. Yeah, I had 3 chickens and a rooster way back. Like from around like 8 to 13 or so, or 8 to 12, or 7 to 12, whatever it was. Somewhere around that range for about 5 years. But yeah, we never needed to ever buy eggs during that whole duration. Like any neighbors that ever wanted we could supply as well. Like dozens at a time. I don't know, I've never been a big milk person. Actually, I pretty much never drank that much milk. Like, as an ingredient, I utilize it. Like, in anything that calls for it or anything. But I don't really drink milk. But I do eat things that have milk as a product in it. If trading existed today, you couldn't participate in it. None of your accounts have completed Spider Nest. You don't need a complete Spider Nest to unlock trading. You need Spider Nest completed in order to get to Chapter 5. But you unlock trading before the Spider Nest requirement. The Spider Nest, yeah, trading is unlocked just by doing all the merchant missions. It requires like 16 detective, 8 or 10 merchant, 10 leatherworker. Yeah, it's 8 merchant. It requires 8 merchant, 10 leatherworker, and 16 detective. And the ability to kill level 2 hags. But that's it. You don't actually have to do Spider Nest. To get to Chapter 5 you do, and to finish the Chapter 4 mission you do. But the unlock of trading happens before that. I can't wait to use all these 7%. We're gonna have so many. I'm gonna go start speed running through Chapter 5. No, I don't plan to go for any ranks for Chapter 5 though. But I do want to rush 200 all in that chapter pretty quickly. Just because it has so many useful skills in the chapter. If I do any rush, it's probably going to be a combat rush, oddly enough. Rush 500 shield breaker for top 20. Like, basically do all the quests in the area and then go all in shield breaker. And then worry about the other ones independently. That way we can knowledge all through armor maker and stuff like that, and builder if we need to. Dumping all the knowledge into them rather than the shield breaker. Oh, it wouldn't be like the absolute first, but we'd get there pretty quick. Because I do plan to bank everything from 500 shield breaker. Like all the building supplies and or armor making supplies if it drops any. As well as alchemy supplies if it drops any. Particularly the one for the 8 and 10% pots. Let's see. Oh, someone's asking if I have a 500. Nope. Our highest level is only level 240. Which is basically miner and watch person. Well, technically miner's not there, but you know, it's basically there. You don't have to get clearance from the Walton quest. To be able to get access to trading, you just have to do the merchant mission. That's part of the quest. But as soon as you turn in all those items, you get access to trading. The full quest completion is not required for trading. It just requires getting the candle and the badge and everything else. But yeah, the total requirements only killing level 2 hag, 16 detective, 8 merchant, I believe. This was 12. I'm pretty sure it was 8 though. You just need enough to get the meat in the doll, and I'm pretty sure you get the doll at 8. Actually, we can check it right here. Yeah, you only need 8 merchant. But 16 detective, 8 merchant, ability to kill level 2, and that's it. And a bunch of walking around. Oh, and 10 leather worker. You need that for the patch. But yeah, as soon as you turn all that in, you get access to trading. It doesn't require spider nest. It doesn't require killing the level 20s. It doesn't require anything thereafter. You do to get to chapter 5, but you don't for unlocking trading. Yeah, we only have 3 accounts. I don't play any alts because you can't multi-box them. So I just play the main with the 2 other profile slots that you get. Yeah, you can technically AFK passes a bunch of other things and then trade over or something. I feel like that's in a bit of a gray area right now since they technically banned multi-boxing. I guess as long as you don't do them at the same time. But I feel like 3 is already enough. Having to constantly get the knowledge points for the other 2 is already a headache enough. Couldn't imagine what doing it for 30 of them would be like. Yeah, currently, as far as our 2 alt accounts, they're both basically about to be done with Mindfighter and Smithing. And then I gotta pivot them onto Bonewright and Stonemason. And then they can complete out Lost and Found quests. And then once they do, yeah, I'm just gonna have one go all the way to 500 Bonewright and the other one to 500 Stonemason. It's gonna take them several months to get there. Like we're talking like sometime in September probably. But they will get there. It'll take forever, but they will get there. Oh, we're almost at the funny number. And then 16 more to go. But yeah, tomorrow is actually going to be the shortest day of the alchemy grind. Today's going to be one of the longer ones, but tomorrow's going to be the shortest. To some degree, I almost want to split it up a little bit, but I think we're just going to go all the way today. Just so the final hurrah's a little shorter. And by shorter, I mean like 6-ish hours instead of a double-digit number. It's not that much shorter. Like tomorrow's alchemy grind's like 4 hours shorter than normal compared to every other day. Like 3-4 hours. Like it's still long. It's just not as long. He's like, this potion we've done for 11 levels today. And tomorrow we only have to do 15. You're already dedicated, you can't stop now? Nice. You're in too deep. That's the same place where we're at this point. We're in too deep to back down now. Gotta go all the way to 200. That's why I did the 5-day thing. We timed out how long it would take. We knew what our goal was. And we would make it so we can't back out. That was always our game plan for it. Woodcutting carpentry I might do a little bit more lax though. Because it's a lot harder to determine what on earth the hour would be for that. Like how many hours it would take. So we have no real time frame for those two when we do go do the grind. But alchemy was really easy to calculate down to the T compared to quite a few other skills. Just because it's like perfectly consistent per hour pretty much. I mentioned it the other day. Out of any skill, alchemy feels the most spreadsheety out of any of them. It feels like the only skill that's like that. I mean that in a good way, not necessarily a bad way. Something that's actually kind of unique about it. Or honestly, 80% of skill is just doing math. Try to figure out what you need to be doing at any given time. It's literally just a math skill. Disguised with an alchemy icon. Because every other skill, you can kind of just do it. You can't really do that with alchemy. Because if you always make your best potion, you will burn so much money. You could do that. I would not advise doing that, but you could. Just do whatever the highest potion is, regardless of how much money you get per XP. Right now we could be doing the Forager heals. Soon to be the Mind of Bitumen heals. Well, we're skipping all of them. Till the 185% XP pot. Where are we going for 200 alchemy? They're going to be doing a price hike to all shops when trading comes out. And this is the most shop-heavy skill in the entire game. So in case trading's coming out in like the next week or something, I wanted to go power grind alchemy to 200. Also because all the potions along the way. There's a lot of free XP you get in every chapter. Like the 7% XP pots that we'll be using for Hope Forest when we go do woodcutting carpentry. Which is only 2% better, but it adds up over time. But it's mostly because of the price hike. We don't know when it's going to be, but it's going to be when trading comes out. Like around the exact time, if not exactly at the same time. And for all we know, trading could be tomorrow, or it could be like 2 weeks from now, 2 months from now. We don't really know at the moment, but it is pretty soon. But yeah, there isn't any skill in the whole game that uses shops more than alchemy. And that's why we're also doing woodcutting carpentry next. Because the only skill I haven't maxed yet, or you know, level 200, that requires a lot of shopping still is carpentry. It's 200 woodcutting, I don't believe banks 200 carpentry yet. Even if we bank everything. So we're gonna have to offset it some with carpentry. Or I mean with buying carpentry supplies, I mean. What did I say about the price hike? Or what did they say about the price hike? They said it would happen around when trading comes in. Just to make sure that the shops aren't competitive with the trading market or something along those lines. But basically they're raising the prices so that people can actually trade for better value. Just so that the shops don't undercut actual players trying to trade. Exactly how much they increase by we don't really know though. Or what items they particularly target. But they mostly did it so that it would encourage player trading. Where they don't want to remove the shops, but they want to make them less relevant. So the shops will still be exactly as they are. It's just the prices will be more expensive on them to encourage player trading. It's not going to be that big of an increase though. Like the most it would be is like a few times higher. Like it's going to be anywhere from like a few percent to a few times higher. We just don't really know. It could be any number in between. It's definitely not going to be like 10 times, 20 times higher or anything like that though. It's not going to be that crazy high. But I could see some things doubling in price. If not tripling. But most are probably just going to be small changes, like a few percent here, 5% here, 10% here. But we don't really know, because they never really given us numbers. They haven't given us any definitive numbers on anything. So in that regard, we don't really know. So it's best to plan for the worst. Just in case. Everything's almost like a double increase. They are going to be adding a auction house at some point, though it won't be coming when trading initially comes out. But they did mention they're doing more of an auction house system rather than a grand exchange system. Like they described it more like World of Warcraft's system rather than RuneScape system. So we'll have to see exactly what they do with it. That's not to say that they wouldn't do a grand exchange like system. But to some degree, the auction house-like system kind of makes sense because they're eventually going to have a bunch of attunements and stuff on weapons. Like a bunch of extra effects and everything. So in that case, an auction house kind of works better. Because a grand exchange system doesn't work particularly well for a bunch of extra effects on tools. When every single item is like completely different. Because when you have like 1,000 different combinations of what an item can be, it's kind of hard to have a grand exchange for it. Because the main reason why RuneScape's grand exchange works so well is there's not like a billion different iterations of every item. At most, there's only like a few. Whereas eventually there'll be like 1,000+ different versions of any item. There already is. Any armor piece in Brighter Shores rolls 6 different numbers, I believe could be from 0 to 20. So whatever 20 to the power of 6 is that? I forget what the math is on that. But whatever combinations that is, where you have 20 different options for 6 different things. That's how many different plate bodies there are with no extra effects currently. There's no like ways to tune it in one way or another or anything like that. Just that alone is that many different combinations. 6 different numbers that can all be from 0 to 20. So they can't really do a grand exchange like system because there's so many unique items. And even more so once they add special like things that you can do to them. Like enchantments for extra defense or extra damage or some kind of effect or anything like that. I think Path of Exile 2 has that quite a bit, doesn't it? Where you can have like 1 billion extra effects on a weapon or something. That's basically what we're doing for Brighter Shores, but to a probably way lesser degree than that. Like one will all make slightly more sense. Like you're probably not going to see a whole dictionary of extra effects underneath item. But there will be some amount in Brighter Shores in the future. Beyond just what the base stats are right now. But that's something they're planning down the line. Could be good half a year or to a year before that comes into the game. But could potentially be reward space for bossing as well. Either having more of those effects on drops and or items that actually give you the ability to apply them to stuff. Because they mentioned they're basically going to be adding an enchantress for weapons at some point. Where you will be able to, you know, upgrade your weapons and armor in various ways. You just have to wait to see exactly how it is. Currently, the only way you can really upgrade is make 3-star go to 4-star. Can't really do anything beyond that at the moment. But there will be a lot more customization with it in the future. Yeah, there is a good chance that they're going to multi-adjust the shop prices. We know they're going to change them when trading comes out, but they might change them again after trading comes out. After they kind of know where the market is. Because I'm not sure anyone really knows where the market's going to be. It could be literally in any direction. So they might adjust accordingly based on wherever it is after like a month or something. I'm pretty sure they're not going to keep adjusting it forever, but just to kind of get a good holding of where it is. We'll have to wait and see. But long story short, spend money now on whatever you need. Whether that be 5% pots or skills that cost money or anything like that. Now is like the best time to be training anything like that over the next few weeks to a month. Or any amount of time before trading comes out. Any skill that doesn't need trading to function, but would be beneficial if you had to constantly keep buying from a shop, are really good right now. It's one of the reasons why training cooking isn't as needed right now. As cooking is actually better with trading than without trading. Whereas alchemy is better before the price hike than with trading. It's just way too annoying to have to trade for all the alchemy supplies you need compared to just mass buying it. Whereas a lot of the cooking supplies you need, like bread and a few other things like that, you could easily mass buy from other players. Which will save the time of having to collect them. Imagine if it was in the forest. Oh gosh. You never know. Seems like next chapter is going to be really cave heavy. Every single time we keep looking at all the ingredients for this area, it's like a glow mushroom and a cave worm and like a bunch of other stuff. It's like, oh yeah. One of them was like a cave rock of some kind. I forget the exact term that it used. But it's very cavey. But yeah, apparently next chapter is like almost all cave. Like almost as much as Chronopolis' city is about how much next chapter is probably going to be cave. There's like every single Delver item is like cave, 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 cave. I guess it makes sense. You're delving into a cave. That's why it's called Delver. Great opportunity missed to call it Worm Wrangler though. Yeah, we get the funny number. 169. We're almost there. 16 to go. And only 31 to max as well. Or, 200. I keep saying max as if 200's max, but you know what I mean. I feel like for most people, 200 is basically max. Including myself. Like, we're doing post 200, of course, but that's just because we're waiting on other content. Or because we need it for, like, a couple things that are just, like, slightly beyond. Like the 216 carpentry and the 208 woodcutting we need. We're at that point. It's like, yeah, might as well. We're already close enough. We're gonna need them eventually anyways. But yeah, after the combat rework, we will start to work on our first ever 500s. After we do 200 Hopeport, then 200 Scout, then 200 Minefighter, we're gonna be starting on our first 500 of 500 Minefighter. So after the Minefighter grind, we'll start the Minefighter grind. Just to make sure we have a nice variety of content. I plan to go pretty heavy on combat once it does. 200, 200, 500, 500. And then we'll figure it out from there. And that's enough money to buy multiple level 50 tools. Oh, almost at 170 as well. Yeah, should we go make them? Should we really start burning money? How much would that you burn? I know I'm not going to make them. But just to humor it, we would burn this times 110. It is such an absurd burn rate. I just want to see what the number is just to humor it. I'm definitely not going to do it, obviously. But I'm really curious. How much would we burn per hour? We are 100% not doing whatever this number is. Just want to peek at it. Alright, let's do some quick math. We take this number and times it by 110. Which is the low cost of 2.84 gold per hour. But, yeah. That is insanely high. Yeah, 2.8 gold per hour. Which obviously we're not doing. Instead, we're doing the other one, which is only 2 gold an hour. But, yeah, we'll be doing this one, though. But yeah, that was absolutely insane. Just for the best healing pot in the game. But we're going to be getting so many of these from Minefighter, so I don't need to make any preemptively. Because even if we want some, we'll have them later down the line. Just gotta make them for slightly less XP rate. Oh, you know, same XP rate, but relative to our level range. Because I'd be making them at like level 220, 230 alchemy or something. Level 170 potion. That's one of the few benefits we get from Mindfighter. Then the eventual 8 and 10% pots. Those like the 3 big ones. We also got the best fear potions in the game from it. Though those aren't as relevant. But they do fill a nice XP range gap, though. Because otherwise you wouldn't really have too good of an option around that time. Other than the AFK activities. Because you would have to make that all the way till 277. Skipping the Forager grind. So you would have to make the Mindfighter 238 fears all the way till 277. And whatever spears we have, I have no clue what we do with. It's something I might actually have to do the math on to figure out how many I would need. That's for a later issue, though. We're not doing that anytime soon. But when we're doing the 500 Mindfighter grind, I gotta figure out how many eyes and tentacle sucker thingies that I need to go bank. Just so we don't overbank them. That way we can start ignoring them by a certain level. Which I kind of want to know what it is now. We could do some rough math. It's gonna be big numbers, though. Because we're talking post 200, so we're talking like thousands of these things. We're not talking like the 100 to 1,000 range. We're talking like, but maybe even like over 10,000. Alright, let's see. So that XP rate I'm gonna need. That 1.8 right there. What level is this potion? Yeah, let me go double check. Oh, let's see. What level is this potion again? It is 238 and we gotta do to 277 at some point. We are here. Well, not currently, but when we are there, we would be there. And we gotta go all the way over here. Because this would determine how many tentacle, max tier tentacles and max tier eyes it would have to bank on our way to 500. What am I looking for? Oh yeah, the calculator. So we take this number. Actually, let me get the other number. Where's our stop goal? 277? We gotta double check that again. That's our start. Our stop is 277, just making sure. Hey, where's our start again? Gosh, I'm losing track of everything. Because it's not highlighted anymore. Come back! Yeah, 277 is the stop. 238 is the start. Alright, let's go figure out some math. Alright, so starting point. 277, ending point. Calculator, go. Oh, I know. There we go. Missy out so much EXP. My EXP, where'd you go? Our precious EXP. Alright, there we go. Oh, let's see. So 277, 238, which is 125,082. Alright, let's say minus. Alright, there we go. And then we have to divide this by whatever the XP rate is of the fear potion, which is that number. Oh gosh, that is so long. Wait, is it really that long? Well, I guess this is post 200. That's a crazy number. I haven't even divided it yet, but I already can tell that's going to be a crazy number. Divided by 1817640. It would take 68 hours of making just that one potion. So imagine the entire grind we did, but only on one potion. That is what 238 to 277 is like. Pretty much. That's kind of crazy. Alright, let's go do the math on how much that actually is then. So it's that number times 110. So it's actually not 10,000 then. It's actually a bit under. It's still a big number though. Wait, I don't need the number for that. I just times this by 110. You would need to bank about 7,500 of them. But yeah, when doing Mindfighter, you gotta bank about 7,500 tentacles and 7,500 eyes of the max tier 1. Which I think we start getting on our next creature set for Mindfighter. Not this toad, but the next toad. And not this tentacle, but the next tentacle. I believe start dropping that material. And if not that one, the one after that one. But that material, you would have to bank 7,500 on your way to 500 Mindfighter. In order to get the exact amount of fears you would need, assuming you don't dump knowledge into it as you're doing it. That's also not accounting for 5% pots, or 10% pots, or any percent pot. It also does not account for any knowledge. So technically 7,000 you might be in the clear then. Instead of 7,500. It's still a lot though. Whatever the number is, it is big. However, you would bank like near infinite fear. Because let's say you only make 7,000. 7,000 times 15. And divide that by 60. The 500 Mindfighter grind, if you bank those 7,000 fears, would give you 1,750 hours of fear protection. That's not counting any other fear potion. Just the 15-minute fears. From the 500 Mindfighter grind, just banking 7,000 of them. Not sure if you could get more or less than that, but... banking 7,000 of them would bank you 1,750 hours of fear protection. Which is basically protection for life. As you're planning to play for a very long time, because obviously you don't perpetually need a fear active. But yeah, that's enough protection for basically eternity. As if you're exceeding that, wow. Because I think I've used fear for like 1% of my gameplay so far. So that means we would have needed 8 hours of fear protection so far after almost 1,000 hours. Or let's say at 1,000 hours. We would have needed about 10 hours of fear protection within that time, roughly. So imagine how long 1,750 hours of fear protection would last. That's like 20,000 plus hours of gameplay, if not longer. Even if you're doing things that require fear pretty often. That's over 20,000 hours of gameplay for a protection from fear. And that's just the one potion, that doesn't even count the other ones. That's just that one singular potion. Numbers get kind of crazy post 200. They did not want you to ever run out. What other ridiculous potions are there post 200? Most of them aren't time-based, so you can't really do the math similarly. Like you can with Fear Potion. There's not another fun one post 200 do a bunch of stuff like that for. I guess technically calculating out how many of an XP pot you could have. But the earliest one is like way, way too deep. So not really worth doing. The last pot I'm really doing anytime in an even remotely near future would be the cryo pot at 277. And it's only when bossing finally comes out. Because every time we kill a boss, we'll need one. So if we're planning to kill thousands, we'll need a lot of them. Luckily, based on the math we just did, we'll be making over 10,000 of those. If you make 7,000 fears within that range, you're probably making over 10,000 for the other range. Because we did the math just now, and here to here, skipping one of the in-between potions, the smaller one, was 7,000 potions. So I would assume that from here to here is also about 7,000. Plus, at that range, I wouldn't even make that potion. So it'd be even deeper than that. So if we do that, as just saying that would be 7,000, we're going to have to make an absurd amount if we kept going. We would probably have to pivot to a different potion, though. But if we didn't, skip that one and went all the way to there, that is probably 20, 30, 40,000 of that potion. Some kind of absurd number. Because just from here to here should be about 7,000-ish, give or take 1,000. Like maybe 8 or 9,000 even. But then, if you were to keep making that one all the way to there, that is going to be so many. Like an absurd number. I think that would be unrealistic, though. One thing that would be realistic, though, ooh, the 277 to the 306 for the Stone Mall 8% AFK. No time soon. But still pretty nice. For post 500 builder and or armor maker. No time soon, though. Because chapter 5 will be out before we actually need those potions. Because I only need 277 by the time bossing comes out, and bossing's like almost a year away. Chapter 5 would have been out for months before we get our first boss, probably. As I mentioned, they're not adding any bosses or raids until after launch and after Chapter 5. So the earliest it could be is like a month after. But I highly doubt that'd be their first priority, though you never know. Because we don't know what their post-launch priority is at the moment. Could be anything. We have no roadmap for after launch. We only know pretty much everything that's happening before launch. They said some things that they will be doing post-launch, but no real order as to when they would happen. Bossing and raids being some of them. Also, at any potent potion we make... No, actually it won't. I was going to say, this is going to be the most we make of out of any of them. But it actually won't be, because I still have to make like another 250 of the other one. Or 200, or whatever it was. Because the 7% mining boost potion was actually higher. Though we're still going to have a lot of this one by the end. Actually, you know what? Maybe this one would be higher. Wait. Because we still got about 6 hours. That gets us to... Yeah, they're both pretty comparable, how many we would have made. Like, the amount of Stonewall Hills I would have made is really comparable to how many 7% mining boost we would have made. The mining boost did have an alternative potion that we could switch to, whereas this doesn't. However, while this gets less XP from the actual activity, we are dumping knowledge into it the whole time. Whereas the other day we were dumping knowledge into Bonewright instead. Also, it's funny how much our Hope Port rank has gone up. Before this grind, we were 1,000 something. Now we're 605. It's because we've done so little in Chapter 1. Or even 212 alchemy at this rate. What about alchemy rank would we be once we get 200? So we gotta go plan the 1,000 hour retrospective. No, it's not gonna be that in depth. But I do want to do a video just kind of discussing things after 1,000 hours. No rough script or anything, just kind of going over everything. Or 1,000 hour journey. But I would do differently if we did it again, stuff like that. As far as like new player advice for that. Or even anyone just progressing. He's in about 2 weeks from now. Yeah, we'll be there. By the end of the month, pretty much. That should probably be in the next week if we really grind. At our lower XP rate is definitely starting to get noticeable. If only we had the Mind Fighter grind done already. Getting those juicy heal pots in right now. Because the alternative is way too expensive for how much no value we get in return. The only reason we're doing the other thing at 185 is, even though it is almost as expensive, the value we get immediately back is really high with 10% Hope Port XP. Whereas there's nothing we can really cash in 35% heal on that would justify the cost of them. At least not currently. Hello, Yusef. Welcome, welcome. It's hello, NL2. Welcome, welcome. But no, we still don't have Beaver on the hardcore yet. We're at 73 million XP in. After 3 months and over 1,000 hours, and it still doesn't have it. Which is kind of insane. He's slowly working on it. On the bright side, we almost have a green stack of arrow shafts. Just from the ones we did during Brighter Shores, it's almost at 7, it's at what? 7 million. And at 10 million becomes a green stack. But I think we're like 3 point something over drop rate. It's pretty insane. But we'll get it eventually. So what is this? Cave moss. Oh. Even more cave. There's a passive activity to gain cave moss in chapter 5. Interesting. That's a lot of cave. Imagine chapter 5 just mines a Matubin, but better. It might be. I still can't believe how much alchemy grind we've done already. We're almost at the 40-hour mark, and we're not even done with the week. Nearly 40 hours of nothing but alchemy. Pretty much. I still got like 10, 15 hours to go. Not all today, obviously. I am actually considering that today, though. Just to spread up the grind a little bit, since tomorrow's going to be shorter. Is maybe just aim for 180 today instead of 185. We'll see. If we did do that, let's see. That means we did 22 levels today and then 20 levels tomorrow. But the 20 levels tomorrow have a lot of upgrades that you can do in between. So I might actually do that. And of course, some of it would still be done off stream. I don't think we'll get 185 off stream, but something closer than what we end stream at. Just so I can eat dinner at, like, not midnight today. Because if we do that, it should take about 4 or 5 hours then. More than what we've already done. Which is a bit more reasonable of a time. I think it's gonna be the game plan then. We'll go for 180 today and then 200 tomorrow. Get a nice solid 20 levels in then. I'll start tomorrow's stream around 182, 183 since I will be doing some off stream of course. Most notably, I want to try to finish the Mind of Matubins ones that we started the other day. And it still gets us like 800, 900 Stonewall Hill, which is still really solid. Combined with all the 6% we had earlier as well. And of course trading will be out by then, so if we truly need more, we can just buy it from people. I just realized I still never did the cooking bounties from the other day. It's like our second day in a row I've skipped all cooking. Just so we could focus more on alchemy to get it done a bit quicker. Costs us a bit of cooking XP, but it's fine. We could do cooking whenever. I'm not in like a huge rush to get 200 cooking. Like obviously it's on the to-do list, but I don't know, it gets there when it gets there. I don't even mind having 200 all except for combat and that, and just getting it up slowly over time as well. Because cooking is really pointless in the current state of the game. Same as fishing, but fishing's really chill to go do. Not that cooking isn't, but... like, fishing is chill, but always doable at any given range. The problem with Chef is you can only do AFK stew at certain level ranges, otherwise it's just way too bad to do. And everything else is not AFK enough. I guess maybe eggs. But those are a bit less AFK than stew by like half. You also unlock, oddly enough, unlock them around the same time you unlock stews. But stews are just better. Whereas fishing, you can AFK at any level range. It's not the best XP per hour, but you can. Whereas cooking, you only get like a couple of ranges. Like, I would say only around 30 to 40% of Chef can you really AFK properly. Whereas fishing, you can do it for literally any of them. The main ones you don't want to do it for is Eel Puffer. But all the ones in the bigger rooms, like the rays and then the gurnards and the flounders, those you can. Cod, you probably just skip. And then you get back to the golden age of eels. Good old Eel Puffer. Honestly, it feels like 70% of fishing is just Eel Puffer. And the rest are just AFK rooms. Because what's our pathing beyond Eel Puffer then? Eel Puffer, AFK Gurnard, AFK Flounder, AFK Rays. Then Eel. Where's Puffer? I gotta wait a while on that Puffer. But you gotta wait 19 levels for that Puffer. At least you get to skip Bass and Cod. And then do Eel Puffer. But then you go to AFK Raids and AFK Gurnard. Then AFK Flounder. Then back to Eel Puffer again for the finish line. Oh wait, where's the Puffer though? Oh no, you don't get the better Puffer until post 200. Oh, Eel only is kind of not good. I guess you could somewhat AFK them and just camp them instead of doing the Puffer there. Yeah, that's kind of rough. But then you can go back to Rays for the final 3 level. You still have to show you what you're talking about with the Puffers. What we were talking about earlier. I wonder if it's actually worth banking that eel. The one that's in the dead zone where you can't do Puffer. I wonder how much eel that eel is worth. Pre-price hike. It's called a leopard eel. Yeah, they're 6 each. 6.6. They might be worth banking. Because that's pre-price hike. They're going to be even more later. Yeah, you can always stagger one unit in order to double spawn them. They should work on everything, even other things that aren't Puffer. I did it on Manta Ray earlier. Because every room now does all the nodes based on the first one you take rather than the last one. It's only worth it if there's other things to do in the room, though. Like foraging, for example. Which all the beach ones have. Yeah, 173 cooking. Let me go check something. When do you get a better eel dish after that? How long do you have to cook this for? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, okay. Those are worth banking. Ooh, shiny. Yeah, they are worth it. It'll be the first fish worth banking. Actually, it might be the only fish worth banking. These manta rays are way too far from a bank. I don't know, are they? Let's see. Probably, for how much they are. But yeah, that might be the first fish actually worth banking. You need it all the way till 208 cooking, which means post 200 as well. The 186 leopard eel. The first bankable fish. Technically ghost lobster at 175 might be as well. But not counting the venture. The first bankable, catchable, actively fish is the 186 leopard. So go check the tiger ray, might as well. How far is this from a bank? It is... How much does it cost from the shop, though? Yeah, this one could be worth banking. I feel like its bank location is way too far, though. Unless they add another teleporter soon, that makes it not as horrible. But the storage rift is horrific there. Actually, I may just use the in-game one. Why am I trying to use the wikis? That's not working well. But, I forgot we can't bring up that map unless I bring up the other thing. But yeah, that is not nice to bank. How on earth are you supposed to bank that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 rooms. Or 1, 2, 3, 4, kind of 5 rooms. I guess it's more of a reason to do Forager first. Because if I get 209 Forager, I could do a triple rack into a bank. I can triple rack there, triple rack back, and then get an 18 ray, and then bank them all. I don't know, this doesn't seem worth it. When you compare it to this, where you go from here and one click right there. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a way closer 4. Because you can one-click bank here. You cannot one-click bank here. Which adds to the AFK-ness if you are doing it that way. Because you can one-click bank eels, but you can't one-click bank any other fish, oddly enough. I think eels are the only fish in the entire game that you can one-click bank. Other than the venture. And what I mean by that is clicking once to get to a storage rift. But not counting the 2 ventures, because you can't infinitely farm them. I guess technically you can with bass. But that's a co-op thing. But yeah, based on how it's currently structured. Not counting ventures, and not counting co-op. Eels are the only fish that can be one click to a bank. With the current map system. As well as the current everywhere system as far as storage rifts and everything. It's the only one where you can one-click to a bank. Of course, that being that bank. Interesting. Yeah, we would bank them. I think that's the only thing we bank on the way, though. Rays are just too far. Everything else is just too far. Yeah, the 186 eels are worth banking. And that's about it, all the way to 200 fishing. That and maybe the lobster from 175. Let me go check. Ghost lobster. How much is a ghost lobster worth? Or do we just drop them on the ground after doing the venture? Yeah, you just drop them on the ground. Why are they so cheap? Those things have to get price hiked like crazy. So yeah, on our whole grind to 200, ventures, everything, counting literally everything. The eel's the only thing we'd bank. The 186 leopard eel, which lasts you all the way to 208 cooking. As far as the bounty board is concerned. And that's it. That's literally it. That's the entire list. On the way to 200 fishing. Yeah, you don't sell them, though. That's why you would bank them. Because you always have to go based on store price, not sell price. Especially since store price is going to be even higher soon. Because most materials' current store price is like the minimum they'll go to when trading comes out. And most resources in bulk are going to be 10 to 20% more than whatever the price hike number is. Like if that eel is 10 after price hike, you'd be able to sell them for like 11 or 12 if you have multiple bulk. Because everyone doing 200 cooking grind or even slightly post 200 needs them. And having those pre-bank saves a lot of time having to go to the fishing store. Because you do have to spend tiles to sell them as well. Like when you're doing like eel puffer, or even just selling eel. Like if you're doing only eel but not the puffer. If you're doing like eel only. You still have to account for the tiles to go to the shop. To sell them compared to dropping them on the ground. Which are tiles that factor in when you're banking them. Because even though that's a little bit of a distance, you have to subtract everything that you would have already gone to go to the store. Because generally most people sell it to the store there, not to the drop it on the ground. That's because there's only a few tiles to go sell them. But it's still a handful, though. Not counting shop interface. The back and forth in total is about, what, 10 tiles? 11, 12? Somewhere around there. It's not a lot, but it adds up. But no, all the other ones just go straight to the ground. Like mana rays go to the ground, flounder goes to the ground. Pufferfish will get sold or get to the ground. I likely would be doing sell method when we do them though, instead of drop. Oh no, we'll see. Drop is slightly quicker now, though. And they pay so little that it might just be drop. Because let's say, hypothetically, we're doing pufferfish eel at, I don't know, what range is this? Like 150. If we're doing 131 eel and 150 puffer, I'm pretty sure our profit per hour is like 300 silver or something. You might as well just drop that on the ground at that point and get like 5 or 10% more XP. Let me get a level check. How much does a pufferfish cost for? I'll just assume the eel is the same price. I know it's slightly less. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt and say they're the same price. How much is the 150 puffer? And this, it does matter what the sell price is, not the buy for this one. What's your sell price? 1.27. I'm not sure how many you can get per hour, though. That's the problem. I'm not sure what the hourly rate is. I don't know, how many do we think we can get? Let's say 500. No, it's definitely not that many. Is it that many? I'm actually not sure now. It's definitely less than that. I'm just not sure what to even guesstimate for it. Let me go to the fishing page. Fishing page! How many is it? Let's see. But yeah, let's just calculate them as 1.3. Fish. Fisher. How many of these things you can catch an hour? Fish an hour, fish an hour. 407. Alright. 407. So... Okay, you're giving up half a gold an hour. That actually isn't horrible. They actually are worth selling. Instead of dropping. Yeah, you're giving up slightly more than half a gold an hour. Yeah, that actually is worth selling then. Instead of drop. It cuts into your XP a bit, but half a gold an hour is not horrible. It's not great. But it's better than a 0. Like, I would definitely give up 5% XP for half a gold an hour. Could be closer to 10, I'm not sure. Depends how quickly you can do the shop. Though I'm not sure if that math is based on selling or buying, or dropping. Because that math on the wiki might be the number of hour per selling them. Which means you're actually getting more fish than that per hour when you're dropping. Because that number might already be accounting for sell to shop, rather than drop to ground. Yeah, it assumes selling. It does not assume dropping. So that number on the wiki is the sell number, not the drop number. Which means that rate is already pre-slowed then. Problem is, I'm not sure what the rate difference is for dropping. All I know is we're losing about half a gold an hour if we do drop. But we don't know how much XP we're gaining. Also, we're about halfway there today. We did change our goal for today, though. We're going to 180 alchemy instead of 185. Just so we can split up a bit. Because otherwise we'd have to do 27 today and only 15 tomorrow. But doing it this way does 22 today and 20 tomorrow, which is a bit more even. Just gonna need a cough drop. Something's coming in through the vent from outside, not sure what it is. Almost want to say allergies? It's not quite spring yet though. Still winter. Already getting preemptive spring allergies. Like I still have like a billion cough drops from when we were sick a couple months ago. I have so many cough drops here. In like 4 different flavors. If I could ever open it, gosh, this thing does not want to open. There we go. You're falling behind because you're broke. Yeah, this does burn through a lot of money. In total, by the end, we would have burned through about 22, 23 gold or so. Just to go from 77 to 200. Saving essentially every pot. Except for 6-minute fear. But everything else we saved. Oh, time to do the merchant leatherworker grind. We need to revisit that at some point. It's hard to know really what my grinds are beyond 200 all though. Because we don't know what updates they're going to be doing in the near future. Like any random day now could just be a trade and or combat rework. Well, order the two happens and changes a lot. Like if combat rework happens before trading, or if trading happens before combat rework. Because our path of what we would do would change quite a bit depending on which. I do hope trading comes out before combat rework, and based on what we know, it should. But there's a chance it's the other way around. Or just change a few things. Down to 13 gold. What did we say earlier today? I think we go down to like 8 or 9 gold today. I think it was around 9. Oh, yeah, I forgot, but we're doing a little bit less of the grind, though. We're going for 8 more levels to 180. And then off stream, I'll do the 220 or however many I have banked of the 7% mining potion. Finish those out. And the rest will probably be 8th Key and Chronopolis, in which I'll throw all the knowledge into alchemy. So I might still have 185 going into tomorrow, to be honest. We might. But yeah, tomorrow should be the shortest day regardless. How much we have to grind. Doesn't mean it's going to be short. It's just going to be like 6 or 7 hours rather than 9 to 11. Oh, so Shuno on leaderboards, he's been here a lot recently. Curious what level he's at. Let's see, he's on that 200 all grind. Though one thing is really confusing. What? I've never seen this before. Wait, what? Why? Wait, I'm so confused. 200 Minefighter. 200 Bonewright. 200 Blacksmith. 200 Stonemason. 30 Mining. Which is the requirement for... That means you completed the 3-star quest Mind and Matubin. I mean the Matubin's Legacy. So he did the quest at least. But that means he hasn't been doing the venture at all. Interesting. That is very confusing. I don't think I've seen that before. 200 all Mind and Matubin. Except for mining. I've seen it the other way around. Where people have like 200 all Mind and Matubin but only have 59 Minefighter. Because they did the bare minimum for that. Technically, you could also do it with Alchemy if you really had it high beforehand, but most people don't bother doing it beforehand. But yeah, you see like 59 Minefighter with 200, 200, 200 pretty often. But I don't think I've ever seen it with level 30 Miner. He really did not want to do mining. That means you had to have knowledge all of it or bought it from the shop or something. Why would you do it in that order, though? Interesting. Obviously delaying woodcutting carpentry as most people do. He did enough for the quest, though. And right now he's doing 200 alchemy while getting chef up. Which that checks out. That's what he's doing right now. I guess at this point he's just going chapter at a time. He really wants to save mining for last, probably. It seems like he's working on alchemy chef right now. There's something we should be doing. The 30 mining is interesting, though. It's definitely an angle to go by. Alright, speaking of Mind and Matubin, we've been slacking. Oh, look at all the people who got exactly 1,000. All the 1,000 people. It looked like a bunch of people got to 1,000 and were like, yep, I'm done. There's just like 3 or 4 people all with exactly 1,000. One thing that's kind of funny if we actually cared about ranks, though. If we spent one day doing Minefighter, we would instantly be top 20. Well, wait till we do 500. Because I'm not getting any more combat until combat rework. We did a little bit here and there, but at this point, aside from Ave Keen raid dens, we are not touching combat again until the great combat merging. And then we become a combat-only account for a couple months. Depending on when Chapter 5 comes out, we might be a combat-only account all the way until Chapter 5. Because 200, 200, 500, 500 is not an afternoon grind. That is like a 3-month plan. It's roughly a 3-month plan. 1 week, 1 week. 5 weeks, 5 weeks. And the reason why this one's a bit longer, even though it's already so much higher, is I'd be doing Detective 500 at the same time as Chronopolis 500. I'm not doing one without the other. They're just attached to each other too much to separate them. So even though this is way ahead, both of these two grinds will actually take 5 leaks. Mindfighter because it's way lower down. But Chronopolis because even though it's all the way up here, it's we gotta do both of them, not just one. This 500 watch person gets maxed with 500 detective. Which means there's gonna be some time where we're gonna have to do normal detective to catch it up to our watch person level. So hello again, Isabel. Hope your day's been going well. Ours has been very potion heavy. Second to last day, though. And we never need to look at another potion for a very long time. Well, we will still have them in our inventory, but you know, making them. Yeah, main goal for today's 180 then. We've been grinding out Power World? Nice. Oh, yeah, I haven't tried Power World on the Steam Deck yet. I tried it on your Steam Deck, but I haven't tried it on my Steam Deck yet. Not that it would be that much different. I still haven't actually done that yet. Okay, I still haven't tried Power World since the big update in December. It's been like a month now and I still haven't tried it yet. Between the holidays, the Old School RuneScape Leagues, which actually ends on next week's Wednesday. I need to actually go power grind it. I think Tuesday stream I actually have to do a mixed stream or something. Where we do like half Brighter Shores, half Old School RuneScape again. Because I'm far behind where I wanted to be. One last big hurrah stream for it. Before there's no RuneScape. No, the new CEO is not going to destroy the game that hard. They're trying to, but the community for that game is too strong, hopefully. As long as they don't get too greedy. Steam Deck has a lot of... yeah, there's a lot of features it has I haven't been messing with yet. I'm still trying to figure out how to move correctly with it, though. Because there's just so many buttons with the Steam Deck that you could be utilizing for different things. And I feel like every game I ever play, I'm going to need to rebind like crazy. And I haven't bothered with any yet. The first one I'll optimize definitely Brighter Shores. Where I'll have like a billion hotkeys for the combat and everything else for when we start AFK in combat off stream. Because if we're going for multiple 500s, we're going to be doing a lot of that off stream too. And we're going to need to set like each one to a different number key. For either potions and or 1, 2, 3 for the combat switch. For our special attacks, we're going to need 3, 4, 5. Or sorry, 4, 5, 6, I mean. And for whatever else we need bind. Like the potions. You've been using Bluetooth for everything. You don't want to get drift on it? I've mostly been using the touchscreen. But yeah, getting drift on that thing would be awful. Has there been a lot of reports of that happening? Getting drift on a Steam Deck? Like, I know it happens, but is it pretty common? I don't think it is. I haven't heard much about it. Obviously, it would have happened with everything eventually. But, let's see. Steam Deck drift. It's definitely like a factor, but I don't see it as like a big factor from what I can tell. Oh, so are they replaceable? But this almost looks like they were completely replaceable as well. Yeah, it's not like the Joy-Cons for Switch where you use them for one session and they want to explode. And a Steam Deck actually lasts a while. It would be annoying getting drift on it though. That doesn't seem like it's a common issue with it. But it is bound to happen at some point after wear and tear. Yeah, there's going to be one thing that I'm going to have to figure out for when we do Steam Deck, though. You have to bind 8 numbers to the Steam Deck. I'm not sure where I'm going to bind them all. It definitely has a lot of keys. I'm just not sure where. But you need 1, 2, 3 for your 3 weapons. You need 4, 5, 6 for your 3 special attacks. And then you need 7 and 8 for your 2 potions. All of them have to be bound to something. Gosh, this is going to be a nightmare to do on phone. Because you can't hotkey anything. So you'd have to actually click on them. But with a Steam Deck, you can hotkey them. You just have to rebind everything. I'm still somewhat tempted to go for max combat, though. In the back of my head, I'm like, ooh, should we go for 500 guard? We'd have to see what the XP rates are like after doing 200s before we make that determination. Because we're committing ourselves to like an extra 2-month grind that could be like anything more useful. Like anything more useful. Like anything more useful. But we'll see. I just feel like that might be too hard of a combat pivot if we're already going for 2 500s. Alright, I'll have to see how good the new combat changes are. Because the main justification for 500 all is what about bossing and what about raids? Because if there's a region boss or a region raid, or a region anything that requires combat, you're going to want to have 500 for it. It also comes down to how much does the next chapter bonus give you. Because they said it would give a small benefit to the next chapter. But how small are we talking for like 500? Or does it cap out at a certain level range at the low range? Because if it's substantial enough, then you basically do have to 500 them from top to bottom. But if it's like so minuscule, it's like maybe like a 5% benefit for having like 500 or something. Then it's like, yeah, you probably don't need it. In which case you could do them in any order you want, for the most part. It's gonna feel weird after tomorrow not making another potion for so long. Because the next time we're gonna be making potions after this is after our 500 Mind Fighter grind. Or sometime during that. We might make some 35% heal pots. That's like the next time we're making potions. The other time is from 200 to 219, sometime before I make more potions. But before chapter 5, I gotta go get this AFK all the way to 219. To maximize on how many +4 boost potions we get. Those are way too valuable to leave on the table. I want to maximize as many as we can get. No 5% boost, no nothing, just do that the whole time. From 200 to 219, no other potions in between. Just only that. Because the second you get to 219, you no longer get full XP rate for it. So there's a very limited supply we can ever make. And I want to maximize as many as we could possibly do. And those are mostly going to be used in Stonewall Hill. Likely Armor Maker. This builder is really good. There are some areas that is very tempting to go use it on, though. Like at 204 Carpentry. I will feel very, very, very tempted to use that at 204 to get to 208. And then stop using them, obviously, once we hit 208. I would be exceedingly tempted. Doesn't mean we will. But the temptation is very high. Just so we don't have to do carpentry for 4 levels. Post 200. Because that sounds awful. Do you enjoy carpentry? How about 4 times slower carpentry? Yeah, no worries. The carpentry grind's coming in a few weeks. Woodcutting carpentry is next. It'll be a mix of both, though. I'm not sure if there's ever going to be a definitive stream where we're just carpentrying for 12 hours, but we'll see. There might be a point where we have enough logs, but that does become the case. There's going to be a lot of streams of woodcutting carpentry mixed together. Because I got to keep them tied to whatever their same log is. Like right now we're at oak. But after oak, I got to get both of them to hickory, or to pine. And after pine to hickory, and so on and so forth. Because I don't ever want them being one tree away from each other. All the way to 200, 200. Technically to 208, 216. But for now, we'll just do 200, 200. Because that's already long enough of a grind. It's like a couple week adventure. Oh, so Chino said earlier he is enjoying the grind a lot. AKA, he said he's hating it. I forget his exact words. I'm not sure if he's still here. He said something along those lines, though. Let's see. I'm not sure if I can find it. I'm trying to scroll all the way back. I can't find it. Yeah, he's been hating it. Oh, I'll be joining him soon. Starting probably on Wednesday. I say Wednesday because Tuesday I'm probably AFKing Combat and Detective while we do Old School RuneScape League, finish it out. I've been putting it off for a month and a half now. And that's the literal last day that you could do it. So maximum amount of procrastination. Though it's mostly because I just haven't had the free time to go do it. But if we commit a stream to it, we'll easily be able to hit our threshold. We already did 6 streams like that around Thanksgiving. I'll do a 7th one as the final hurrah. And then by Wednesday next week, we'll be back to normal. And likely starting our woodcutting carpentry grind. Because tomorrow's the last day of alchemy. Monday, I have no clue what we're doing on Monday, but it's probably going to be something small. Or maybe that's the day we try combining it. I'm just not sure if that's going to be enough time to get it done, what I want to get done. There's just a few things I need to get done on Monday as well. His brighter short streams on Monday is going to be like 2 hours long this Monday. Oh yeah, that reminds me too. Thursday. Okay, maybe. Oh, I can't because it would already be over. I was gonna say maybe I should do it on Thursday. I forgot I did a dentist appointment thing on Thursday too. I almost forgot about that. The biggest issue is the time that it takes place. Because it's too late to be, or it's too early to have a stream beforehand. And it's too late to do it properly after. Because we're probably not, well, we still will be, of course. But Thursday's gonna be weird because we're probably not starting until like 4, 5, or 6 p.m. I know I'm gonna still be talking after the dentist thing. I also want to grab a bite to eat during that because I won't be able to really properly after. Like, not immediately after. And while I'm already out, I'm probably gonna run some errands in the area. So it's not just the dentist thing that's taking up all the time. Just since I'm already out, there's gonna be a lot of other stuff I'll get done since I'm already there. Might as well if I'm in the area. Yeah, that's something I didn't actually check yet, though I'm pretty sure it's way too expensive. What do you need for the 8% hope port? Whatever this number is not worth it. I don't even need to look at it and know, I just want to double check though. It's probably so bad that I didn't even give it a light of day. Let's see. Oh yeah, it burns more per hour than the other one. It says less here, but you make twice as many an hour. Yeah, that's why. Unless we want to speed run zero money. But yeah, we can't pivot to that 176. The only way you make that is if you gathered it. Because that is setting money on fire rate right there. Only way you're making that is if you actually gathered it. Let's just realize something. Does anyone know? Is anyone a super absurdly high level guard? Like almost max level? Or even just a high level guard in general who's still here? How often do the thieves drop their EXP potion? You're talking like a 1 in 3, 1 in 5, 1 in 10? Because that's one thing I didn't factor in when doing a bunch of 10% hope ports. Is there might be a lot of them flooded in from the thief. I'm gonna see if the wiki, for whatever reason, has an approximate drop rate. It doesn't have potion here, that's weird. Do they not drop one? Almost guaranteed they do. That's weird. That's really weird. The wiki doesn't mention that they drop them, though. They definitely do. Drop EXP pots. I'm just not sure at what frequency they do at the high level range. Like, do they just, like, spit out 10% bots? Or are you gonna kill them for an hour and only get a few? Oh, I just realized we hit over the 500 mark. Well, easy to tell how long we've been doing it. We've been doing it for 5 hours. Usually make about 110 an hour, give or take a few. This area is so dead. I'm looking at like the detective thing, and we're at these 219 raid dens. You got an AFK activity, an AFK activity, a catching thief activity that isn't worth doing, an AFK activity, and then you need to get to 267 before you can do anything again. That is such a dead zone. What's even worse is you can't even finish out the deadest zone with a AFK activity because it requires forensics. Unless you do like an absurdly high AFK potion making thing. Speaking of which, 174. Oh, so given that we're getting the better XP rate tomorrow, I might just go for 178 today. I've been getting a bit more hungry than normal today. And then we only have like 2-hour grind in. So we'll go a little bit shorter today then. The grind has finally gotten to me. But no, it's still the same distribution as what I mentioned yesterday, just the other way around. Where we do 20 today and 22 tomorrow. Which sounds like we're doing more tomorrow, but it's technically actually about the same amount of time. Because the XP rate tomorrow is way, way better. Also allows me, while I'm eating and other things, just chilling later today, to AFK the knowledge into alchemy, which gets through a lot of this dead zone. Yeah, this dead zone's very dead because of the XP rate not increasing. More so than I was anticipating. So yeah, 178 is going to be our goal. That means we would have done 20 levels today. And then we need 22 tomorrow. But we gain 2 XP gains tomorrow. One at 185. And then again at 197. Plus we have access to 10% pots then, which is huge. Something we actually have never gotten access to yet in this game so far. Because that's the earliest you can get access to them. And of course the 10% pot's kind of interesting in that it's basically 2 5% pots combined together. The power of it compared to a 5% is the same as, you know, using no potion compared to a 5. You know, 5% to a 10 is the same as like a 0 to 5. So they're pretty strong. But it does mean we still did 20 levels off of nothing but Stonewall Hill. It's actually the most we camped one single potion, I think, this entire grind. The only exception, I guess, technically being the mining potion. Because we camped the mining potion, let's see. The mining potion didn't feel as slow, though. Oh, because we did some one-time bonuses and a few other things in between. Because there's like a lot of small things we could poke along the way. Up to our Stonewall Hill one. But no, we don't have any like thing like that in this range. Skip, skip, skip. But yeah, this was the really dead zone I was concerned with. Whenever I was mentioning that earlier, like, oh, it's gonna get awful later in the week. This is that moment. This is that dead zone. And it goes all the way to 185. Which means it's getting increasingly better just to dump a bunch of knowledge into it. So yeah, we'll go to 178. That'd be 20 levels then. And 4 more levels then. And by the time we start tomorrow, we'll be like level 181, 2, 3, somewhere around there. From all the AFK throughout the night. And then, yeah, we finished to 200 more. We got a game plan, which means we'll have to do about 20 levels today and 20 levels tomorrow then. But 20 levels tomorrow should actually be pretty quick. It'll burn our entire cash stack, but it will be really quick. Let's keep going. Still got another 2 hours to go. Or however long that takes. It's about 2 hours, though. But yeah, this headache's definitely contributing to it, though. If it wasn't 4, I probably would go all the way. It's not as bad as that one day when we were doing carpentry, though. That was the last time we had, like, a absurdly bad headache. That was so bad I literally had to lay down because it was always, like, lightheaded. Right now it's just, like, annoying. It doesn't, like, hurt, but it's, like, annoyingly there. I had a poll earlier too. After 41 votes, what is your current total level in Brighter Shores, aka all 4 combats added together? At 0 to 150, we're at 44%. At 151 to 400, we are at 32%. At 401 to 699, which is actually our range as well, we're at 15%. And at 700 plus, we are at 10%. Interesting. But yeah, that's not how combat's being merged. I was just curious what people's total were. That will be probably how it displays on high score, though. As far as, like, your total combat. But your actual level is only based on 30, 30, 40, 40. 30 for the first 2 chapters, 40 for every chapter thereof. So everyone's going to be level 140, assuming you have those levels. Everything else just goes to obelisk, skill tree, or whatever you want to call it. The levels are still there, they're just allocated in a different way. Like, there's still 500 levels per chapter. It's just for the first 2, it's 30 and 470 going to obelisk. And then for every other chapter, it's 40 and 460 going to obelisk. I do wish I would have made it uniform, though. Like 30, 30, 30, 30. Or 40, 40, 40, 40. It feels so annoying having to say that the exception for the first 2 chapters. Makes it a lot more confusing. If it was just all the same number. Because now chapter 1 and 2 are like a weird exception to every other chapter in the game. I just realized we're still at 399 for Hope Farce. We've been at that for like a month now, I think. It hasn't moved. Maybe not a month. But since we did the Gatherer grind, I think we've been at that exact number. And it hasn't moved. Another sit down. 3.5 levels to go. Up to almost 600 potions after this batch. Oh, so this guy must make a killing. This merchant right here. He's probably richer than the Enchantress. The guy that sells all the alchemy supplies. Nope, not what I wanted. Hey, I finally misclicked the book. It took us 4 days. Wait, I finally did it. I misclicked on the book. Oh no. We were talking about that the other day. Yeah, it took us 2 days until we misclicked on buying the wrong ingredient, though I only ever did that once. And it took us 4 days until we misclicked the book. Though again, we also only did it once. Yeah, that's not too bad. I would have expected both of those numbers to be a bit higher. Yeah, it's our first book misclick. Clicking that instead of this preparation table. I just realized we have 27 for our level 2. Time to go ruin it. There's a few more of these. Should be a level. Definitely his inventory. And then 3 more to go. Ooh, that's what I thought. You do have to do the nettles all the way to 209, don't you? That's not horrible. They're for the 10% XP pot. Is what I'm looking at right here. I was just seeing if it was worthwhile. There's so many though. Because you have to nettle from 197 to 209, then rack from 209 until you match your nettles. The one upside of that is that is like 5,000 10% XP pots or something. It's only worth it if you're going for like 500s in the area though. It's like way too overkill otherwise. Like for 200 all, it's overkill. For 500 all, it's not overkill. Or for 200 all, it definitely is. I still can't believe how many potions we've done at this point. What's kind of crazy is the level ranges post 200. Because this entire grind over the last, last 4 days, and counting tomorrow, if you count all of the 200s, like, if you count every single 220 or so of the other pots that we made, the circle ones, as these, we made roughly 3,000 something of these this week. Almost 4,000 something, actually. Like, low 4,000 something. And to think that you have to do almost double that to go from potion to potion post 200. Oh, gosh. Because we did the math earlier. It's about 7,000 to go from here to there. From this 238 fear to that 277 plus 80 cryo. If you skip this plus 70. That is a lot. We're talking more grind than we did across all 5 of these days. To go 39 levels. Which I guess that checks out, because 39 times 4 is 156. And how many levels did we do within this grind? We did 123 by the end. Which checks out. That's why it's so much more. That's crazy to think about. How does anyone have 500 alchemy? But just the level gap from potent to potent post 500, post 200, is more grind in the entirety that we did for alchemy this week. After we finish tomorrow. That's crazy to think about. Anyways, on to why we're not doing post 200 alchemy. Of course, at that point, you'd have access to the AFK activities and stuff, though. So you don't have to do it like that the whole time. Like you do pre-200. It's still crazy, though. That the gap between every potent post-200 is pretty much the entirety of the alchemy grind we did this week. Except for every single potent potion. So, like, the gap from this potion to this potion, if you do only that to that, is the same grind we did. Then from here to there is the same grind. And then from there to there is the same grind. And from there to there is about the same grind. And then from there to there is about the same grind. And guess what? You gotta do it again. From there to there is about the same grind. How many is that? 6? Wow, that means the alchemy grind, if you did it like we did this week, would take like 6 weeks. That's assuming you already have the money. But we'd basically have to do 6 weeks like what we did this week for alchemy to get it to 500. Though that does not account for the AFK things you'd be able to do. Because those count for quite a bit of levels as well. Because that does not put into account the AFK XP that you get at 4 times the rate compared to pre-200. which we haven't been doing at all because, of course, it's not worth it pre-200. But still. But yeah, that'd be a 6-week grind doing as much alchemy as we did this week, pretty much. So this was just a teaser of it. We're not doing that anytime soon, though. That's pretty much like every 500 in this game, though. It's kind of crazy. There's a reason we're not going for too many 500s, and if they are, they're probably combat. And that's the main reason why. That time scope is actually kind of insanely high. So I always do that. Not always, but I sometimes forget I'm already potted up from the previous thing. And then we pot up over there. Because normally I use the boost for both of these and then do the boost on the other thing. Works a lot better when you can get it from your storage. Because a lot of that time is wasted buying stuff. Can't really help it though, especially with these. You can't even get these yet. Chapter 5 doesn't even exist. And the other thing we could make like the excuse like, oh, or you know, like we can't really make the excuse for when it's like Forge or something. But for this we can, because it's physically impossible to actually gather this material. It just simply does not exist outside of that shop until Chapter 5. Hello, camping! Welcome, welcome, hope all's been well. We're almost done with the alchemy grind. We're going to 178 today, and then tomorrow we finish out to 200. That's the game plan. At this point, we only have like another hour, hour and a half. Probably hour and a half. And then tomorrow's stream does not end until we have 200 alchemy. And then we never touch another potion again for the rest of our life. Because we were doing some of the math on post 200. And the distance from potent potion to potent potion is basically what we've been doing all week, but every single day for an entire week straight. Just to go from potent to potent potion. Post 200. It's actually insane. That's not counting any of the AFK time though, that you would get from post 200 AFKs. But even accounting for that, that barely helps. It gives you like what, maybe like 7 levels a week? 10 at most? You would try to finish all the quests though? That's a great thing to try to do. That was definitely my first priority when I started. First was to get through the main storyline, and after that was do all quests. What ones do you still have left? You got the OG Steam controller? Nice. I never did end up picking one of those up. I was considering it, but then by the time I was going to go get one, they discontinued it. Like, even just recently, I only got the Steam Deck like a few days ago. And I've been using it. It's been pretty nice so far. Takes a little bit to get used to controlling, though. I also still need to go rebind Brighter Shores like crazy, because most of the default binds are kind of bad. So I need to rebind almost everything. I just haven't bothered yet. I've just been using touchscreen for most of it. But when we actually do combat, I'm going to need so many keys binded. For all the hotkeys for combat. For special attacks, switching weapon, everything else. For when we go on the super mega combat pivot. You just need Branolf Inheritance, all the ones in Chronopolis. That's not too bad then. Most annoying thing with Branolf is definitely the cooking requirement. I advise mostly doing it off of bounties. I would actually say Branolf Inheritance for last out of any of those. You just do like your hourly cooking bounties. But you're trying to do that with stews is a nightmare. Oh, you can take off the boss at around level 30 or so. It's level 55, but you can stand under it and heal. You basically corner trap it. It gets very confused. But yeah, as long as you use the 28% heals that you got from needing to get 50 alchemy anyways, and have at least 30 combat, you should be able to take it. You're 30 combat right now? Yeah, as long as you have a half-decent weapon. Especially if it's your main element. But yeah, as long as you use a main element weapon, a plus 50 boost that you can just buy from the shop. Or plus 60 if you want to make it if you're on that level range. And use the 28% heals that you had to probably make anyways on your way to the alchemy grind. You should be fine. You just have to walk under him and get him trapped to use your heal pot. Once you get that down, you have a lot of downtime to heal. Because he won't hit you back while you're healing. You're about to go get some Popeyes? You haven't had their chicken before? I haven't in a very, very long time. It's been at least like a decade, if not longer, since I've been to a Popeyes. I had KFC the other month, though. There's not really at Popeyes that much. I just wanted, but problem is there's not really one nearby. Whereas the KFC is way, way, way closer. So if I am in that kind of mood, it's like, I might as well go to the KFC. You had their tenders? Ooh, that sounds good. Chicken tenders are great. It's like 20 minutes from you? Oh gosh. Oh, good luck. Hope it ends up going over well. Hopefully make it back in time then. Oh, good luck, good luck. At this point, we should only have to go for a little more than an hour. Because our knowledge will cover the rest, and I think we're getting at least 2 an hour. And then we can grab dinner at a reasonable hour today. Because the last several nights, I've been eating dinner at like 11 p.m., midnight, 1 a.m. Today, I'll actually be able to eat dinner by like 8 o'clock, like a somewhat half normal time. Yeah, we'll be going for about the same time tomorrow. Starting around noon Eastern Standard Time and going until about this time. Maybe like an hour from this time. Because the amount of grind that we have to do tomorrow is about the same we had to do today. Though the XP rate that we get for tomorrow will be a little bit better though. This was that really big dead day I was dreading. Because we have to do the whole same potion the whole time with no upgrades. Like, out of all 5 days, this definitely feels the worst. Because there's, like, no variation compared to the rest. And no big, like, XP burst to look forward to. Plus, I can't even use this potion yet. It'll feel great once Chapter 5 comes out. Like, we'll be thankful we did this once Chapter 5 comes out. I just feel so bad right now. Because we're in such a dead XP zone and I can't even use the potion. Until like 3 to 6 months from now. Ugh. We'll be thankful we did this when Chapter 5 comes out, though. No, we technically get a new potion at the next level, but once again, yeah, without the foraging, this actually burns more money than this one. It actually burns more money than making it 10%. Though I guess you're getting 2 8% instead of 1 10% though. That's still not worth it. For how much money it's burning. Because if I did that, I would run out of money before we hit max. And by max, I mean level 200. I keep saying 200's max. You know what I mean. It's realistic max. Not sure what term to use for it. I guess just realistic max is the term. I'm not sure why I clicked on the fourth one. It doesn't actually do anything. Unfortunately, you can't queue this because you can only click it at a certain interval. So it's actually non-queuable. You can queue the move, though. I guess it is still worth clicking, then. So this whole time, it could have technically been queuing it, then. As it actually pre-queues your move. It just doesn't queue the action, of course. I kept moving manually this whole time. For the last, like, 40-something hours. But yeah, you can actually queue your movement. You can't queue the action, but you can queue the move. New tech after 45 hours. It still does the same thing. It's just one less click. Or not one less click, but one less need to worry to move on time. Because you don't want to wait until this is clickable. Because that doesn't really work. Otherwise you'll be delaying if you wait till that's clickable from there to there. Because the most important thing when doing this cycle is taking this as quickly as possible. The potion at the end. Is not taking it immediately stalls your next potion. Everything else here doesn't matter as long as it doesn't explode. The only thing that matters is that you take this as quickly as possible. Because anything less than that lowers your XP rate. Yeah, there's something else I might still do off stream tonight. I'm pretty sure we have way more than enough money. But just in case, we might do a leatherworker to 210 off stream. Just so we have a little bit of money buffer. I'm pretty sure we have way more than enough based on the math we did earlier. But in case there's something I'm not accounting for. Like, oh no, the price of bottles might overcap us. I did top it off right at the beginning of this stream so it wouldn't run out. Otherwise we already would have ran out because I think we're at like 600 something earlier. We did that earlier so we wouldn't. But of course these things are notoriously like free. They cost like 20 bronze each. I always do that. I even know I have none left and I still click on it. Just out of habit. The final 3 you don't need to do it for because they're already in there. Or, you know, you have no more to put in. Also, one thing that always does bother me with this minigame, though, is very noticeable after doing it for a while. I don't mind that that tube's always green. But because this is just an object in the world, the line for the thing is always red, regardless of what you're putting in it. That bothers me. The stain that's in this pot for where the upper limit thing is always red. I guess it's because it's supposed to be like a marker thing, but then why wouldn't it be white? If you're gonna do something like that, why would you make it red? I guess to make it stand out more? But generally you would make it black or white. Like, when was the last time you seen a beaker with like a red marker on it? To indicate how high something goes. The universal colors for it are always black or white. Not red. I think that's the main thing that throws me off with that. It's about as bad as the chain not moving in the Bonewright place. It's one of those things that barely matters but drives me crazy. Because the way that the Bonewright machine works shouldn't function because the chain doesn't actually move. The chain needs to move for it to work. But there's like a visual bug or something where the chain doesn't move. Making it physically impossible for the action to actually happen. But yeah, that one bothers me just as much. That should be a white or black line. Probably white because it would stand out more on the gray. It should not be red. And that's just supposed to be like the overfill thing of our healing potion. In which case, have it change color then. To whatever potion you're doing. I'm pretty sure that'd be hard to do because it's like an object in the world. Same reason why this one always has to stay green. But also why when he puts those little color beads in, they always change. Because it's not attached to the actual machine itself. Hey, Yusuf is here. Oh, so I see we got a private server again. I like when this happens. Sometimes we get servered into a empty server. But then only our friends get in. Because they get auto-queued into our server. So we get our own private server with everyone we have added. That can happen to pretty much any room if you stayed in there long enough. Yeah, 1.5 levels to go. And the plan for off-stream is to go do the other 200 whatever 7% mining potions. As well as probably money make leather worker lol. As well as dump all of our knowledge from AFK and raid dens into alchemy. Oh, we should probably do the potions first, though. So this rate looks like 2 more knowledge points gets us there. So close yet so far. And then tomorrow we'll have to do about 20-ish levels, give or take a few. Depending on how many I get off stream before the stream starts. But somewhere around there. But the 20 levels tomorrow should be way easier than 20 levels today. Because we get an upgrade at 185 and at 197. First today we had 0 upgrades. The only day with none. I just realized that thing doesn't get any flames or anything when it gets hot. The other one gets a bunch of snowflake looking icons. But the only thing this gets is like slightly more steam. Where'd all those snowflakes? But it doesn't do the same for the when it gets hot. Or just add a bunch more steam. These are things we notice when we have to stare at this for 50 hours in 1 week. So look at how much of those beads he spills too. It's such a waste. Imagine how many of those beads. We could probably have like 30% more potions with how many beads he spills every time. Yeah, let's see. Well, actually remember not to click on the machine. You should. Then one more knowledge point gets us there. And by 2, that should be all we need. Also, despite the 6% being quicker, I think we actually made more 7% than 6%. Which makes sense, because of the level range. It's kind of funny, given that these take twice as long. I didn't really make that many 6% of the mining boost pot. Main reason being is they're actually really annoying. What you need for them. It'll be worth it for the 8%, but not for the 6%. Which is too close to the 5%. Also, our poor cash stack. Say goodbye to it after tomorrow. Or after today, I guess, technically. Because by tomorrow, it'll be pretty much gone. Back to single digit. And if we do some of that leather worker grind to offset it, it's still going to be down to single digit. Because we're going to be burning 2 gold an hour. And our best money maker is 2 gold an hour. So it kind of evens itself out. Except for the most expensive potion we're going to make on the grind. Luckily, it's also pretty much the last potion we need to make. There's one at 197, but we already have it banked and it's free, so we don't have to pay anything for it. And even if you had to buy it, I think it's actually cheaper than the other one we're making. Well, we already have it banked, so it's completely free. Oh, I almost did it. Almost got the alchemy book again. Didn't quite get it though. I'm sure why my misclick's been so much worse on it today. Hasn't happened all week, and now that's the second time now today. Oh, someone has 500 stonemason now. I'll just going through these real quick. Hey, the first 500 production. Wait, did the other person who went only Bonewright got 500 Bonewright yet? Let me go see. Yeah, the first of the 3. Someone got the first ever 500 stonemason. No one has 500 Bonewright yet, and no one has 500 smithing. Actually, smithing's the furthest behind. Yeah, only 422. The smithers are slacking right now. Good thing we're going heavy into smithing, gosh. Why is smithing so far behind? Alright, the final level, 178. Let's go get it. We already have a knowledge point to bid into it. At a second knowledge point, that should tip it over. I think we only have 3 more inventories to go to. Which will bring us to about 750-ish, Stonewall Hill 7%. A little bit less than anticipated, but still a pretty solid amount. I still have to make a few of them tomorrow, though. It might not be the end of them. Because I'm not sure I'm going to be able to AFK all the way to 185. So you never know. 7 levels is definitely doable in that time. If I spend literally every last second that I'm awake. Just tapping at the Steam Deck. To go do the raid den thing. If we do that, we actually would have 185 by tomorrow. That would require like 9 hours of tapping it though. With very minimal downtime in between. Which when you're AFKing it, there's normally some amount of downtime. That doesn't account for the fact that I will go make those other 220 potions or however many it is. Because we never did finish the 1007% for Mines of Matubin. Which I do want to complete. We only got to about 800. Like 700 something, 800. Low 800. Which oddly enough is about how many Stonewall Hills we made today. It was also about how many 7% we made the first go around. But I did bank 1,000 of them. When I say bank 1,000, I mean when I did a bunch of combat for Mines of Matubin, we had 1,000 of them. So I just matched it. We already knew that was going to be more than how many we needed. But I didn't want to go sell them, so might as well use what we have. And that's the material for the 10% as well. It's actually the final enemy that you fight in Mines of Matubin when you go into 500 grind. The 490 at the end is a blue jelly, or you know, a jelly weak to blue. But that's how you bank all the 10% potions. It's actually really convenient. The only big downside of it, though, is if you don't kill the cockroach. Gosh, is it expensive. If you don't kill the cockroach. We don't have to worry about this for a long while. But hypothetically. A passive potion, not what I'm looking for. Looking for this. 17.6. That's high, but not horrific. 17.6 for a 10% pot. At least for the second component. But the first component is so free to get. The second component you kind of have to go a little bit out of your way for. It's from the cockroach. The problem with the cockroach, it has no weakness. It's immune to fire and is neutral to all damage. It's also in a really awkward room where you can't really range them. Oh! Unless you had infinite range ammo. Oh, wait. That's actually a room that's really broken. If we can get infinite ammo. Oh, that's going to be fun. Oh, that's funny. We might have to go infinite range for Mines and Matubin. Assuming you can get that much. Because there's several enemies that you can just absolutely obliterate with infinite range. The tentacle being the most obvious one. Because it's stationary, it doesn't hit you back. The cockroaches are interesting because of how the rooms work. You can just hit them from across the river. And the other one that's actually kind of interesting in that regard are the rafts, or wraiths, or whatever they're called. They move very slowly, so you can kite them around with range. And never get hit a single time. They're not as easy as the other two, but they would still be pretty free. The two biggest issues as far as things we'd have to kill in that category are toads and the slimes if you were doing a range build. Because they both range you back, but are also both enemies you have to kill. They're also both weak to blue. Which of course, since we do blue very well, we'd basically have to kill. Yeah, if you did go range build, free, they do move quick though. Free, neutral, 100% free, bad, 100% free, decently free, bad, average. Yeah, there's only two 100% free ones though. The tentacle and the cockroach. And then if you had infinite ammo, they would never be able to hit you back a single time ever, and you just click on them once and they die. That's what I mean when I say free. Like, I quite literally mean you click on them, you will do infinite damage to them, they'll never hit you back once. Kind of situation. Oh, so if this doesn't get us our level, I might just do a chef run. I've been needing to clear this out. Might as well finally go get our chef level. And dump that into alchemy then. This should be the last 22 we need to go do then for now. Which will get us to slightly over 700 Stonewall Hills. 7%. What's kind of funny is by the end of the grind, we might have exactly 777. Maybe not exactly, but around there. All sevens. Yeah, this should be the last batch we need. And also go do one chef run to finally clear out our bounties. In case I want to do some merchant later. No, I'm joking. As if I'd want to. We really need to at some point, though. Not tonight, though. On the list of grinds we've been putting off, but eventually need to do list. That is on it. I just realized we're not even gonna need the cooking, are we? Just a knowledge point from this alone is gonna be enough. Hey, we get to eat dinner at a reasonable hour then. It's only 7 o'clock my time. The earliest we pretty much got out all week. Doing the alchemy grind. Yeah, we'll call it after this batch then. But the grind's not over, just the on-stream grind though. There's still so much we gotta grind after. Probably doing it in between other things. And also indirectly, like doing raid dens to throw in alchemy or something. Where we're still training it, just way more indirectly. And way more AFK. And way more less money burning. Unfortunately, we do get less of the potion, though. Only downside of that. But worst comes to worst, trading exists. Hopefully someone will sell them cheap. Or who knows, maybe someone doesn't need theirs. Any spare Chapter 5 pots? We only have a few thousand banked. We're running low. Yeah, I know. We're back on cycle now. Still feel like we should clear out our cooking bounties, though. We could hold on to these for a while. It's gotta turn in one. Go in there, turn in like the 10 bacon sandwich or something. Just so we can double dip the 5% a little. Not like it really matters, but hey, get that little bit extra value. Gonna have to use it to top off alchemy anyways. It's not over, Chowdy. Welcome, welcome. You were napping? Nice. Yeah, I still have the headache from earlier. We're calling after this level. We kept moving our goalposts to 180, then to 178. But yeah, this is the last batch we're doing for now. But I will still be grinding off stream here and there, AFK, doing a few other things here and there, and it should get us to at least 180, if not closer to 185. And then tomorrow our goal is very simple. Stream does not end until 200 alchemy. It should be a lot easier tomorrow, though, because we get 2 upgrades. One at 185 and one at 197. We're just in, like, the deadest dead zone. The one I feared this whole time. But honestly, we're almost through it. And AFKing the knowledge into the other one should skip most rest of it as well tonight. Between whatever I do tonight, tomorrow morning. And tomorrow's stream should be about the same length as today, then. Going for about, like, 6-7-ish hours. You got full energy now? Oh, gosh. Honestly, I'm about to go take a nap. Mostly from this headache, though. I've had, like, a weird lingering headache all day. It's not, like, really bad, but enough to be annoying. Water? I've been drinking water. Already down like 2.5 waters right now. Including this one. Alright, there's our point. Alright, let's go to just some sandwich real quick. Go turn in one. We haven't done any cooking bounties today. Let's at least go say hi to them. Oh wait, I need to actually go grab the sandwich though. I'm gonna grab exactly 10 because that's what we need to turn in for the scrap merchant. Then we'll go get our 170 or 198. I mean 178. I can't number right now. Also, before I do, I should go grab the AFK pot for Mines of Matubin. Let's see, about how long do we think we'll be away? Probably about 2 hours again. It's normally a good number to do. I don't know, maybe 1 hour? I'll do 2 hour. I'll do 1 hour. Shouldn't take that long to go eat today. Because I want to get a lot of AFK in. I always feel bad doing it when the potion's not expired yet. Oh, Gino's over here. Oh, he took a cooking break. He couldn't stand the far, so he came back to cooking for 200. Hey, Gems of War. That's the initial of the other game we play. GOW. I just find it funny because someone's name is that. I'm pretty sure it's a reference to something else, though. Oh yeah, I always drink bottled water. I don't trust the whatever on Earth United States water system is. That's funny, virtuality. Honestly, first thing I'm doing after this is grabbing a quick bite. And honestly, I might just take a quick nap if my head storage this much. And then when I wake up, just start AFK grinding. On Chronopolis and everything else. So we can get that alch that we need. And then tomorrow, we do not end until 200 alchemy. Though it shouldn't take too long. Yeah, any good bounties here? Barely. Ooh. This might sound like a weird move, but taking Scrap Merchant guy here is actually better than one striped bass thing. Just because Cohen's really annoying to turn into. I don't have any Cohen synergy right now. So I'm just going to turn in one to Scrap Merchant right now. And then Telly to Mining AFK. And of course this also gives 178 alchemy. On a new player's kitchen and a fish. Yep, someone checking their daily. Honestly, I really need to get the fishing venture operational. That or get this to like 287 so it's actually worthwhile. Because the detective one is so dead at my current level range. There we go, 178. Objective for today completed. Alright, let's go AFK a little bit of these as a grab dinner. Maybe a nap too, we'll see. And then we go on the grind again, but off stream. And tomorrow's goal then is we do not end stream until 200 alchemy. Nothing shall stop us. Hey, Sai's over here. Oh, someone's going for 500 Mindfighter. Oh, yeah, this is the area I was talking about before, too, by the way. Remember when I said you could just range them to death? If you had infinite ammo, you could just do this. And obviously, you would keep hitting them and not run out of ammo like we just did. But this is what I was talking about with the second one that's free. If you had infinite ammo, you would just be able to do that. So we'll see what happens after the combat rework. Because that's going to be 2 completely free enemies in this region. If that does work. Assuming it's actually worth using range. Oh, I'm actually running out of this stuff. I'm running low. I gotta stock up. Though I can only do this until like, what, 239? Oh no, 247. But yeah, I need to go buy more of this. And I can't mine it anymore. Yeah, I'm pretty much out. But anyways, guys. I'll catch you guys later. Thank you so much for stopping by. And tomorrow, we do not end stream until 200 alchemy has been achieved. That is the game plan. And I hope you all have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. And I'll catch you guys later. Goodbye, everyone. And thanks for watching.